our daily practices ranging from harvesting, reaping, and sowing to the protection of our own community and contribution towards the development of a good society, or yearning to express through writing, movement, color, shape, architecture, and various ways goes back to the earliest spirit of human civilization. Art is a meditation for me. I think the most beautiful aspect of art is building a bridge between the inner and outer aspect of life, between higher and abstract thinking process. It shows the paths of ideas and inspiration and makes more human with powerful creative expressions which come out from the silent realm of our mind. My view and presentation is a response to my existence in everyday life, which contains my tradition, inspiration from myths and legend, and even the easiest and tastiest Manipuri cuisine. I try and make it a point to depict our own cultural identity and to bring awareness and consciousness of all the factors and elements which determines the future of a race in this age of globalization. The pressure of globalization and giant market economy cannot be avoided so easily, and it is making its own impact to all of us in the sensitive art form also, and remains as one of the most important issues of the contemporary Indian art and culture. A culture is a mirror of ethics, range of arts, painting to drama, writing to sculpture, sculpture to architecture, music to dance. Art has been always a creative effort of humanity's continuous search of appropriate form to express the complicated layers of experience of the world and unlimited aspirations of human spirit. A great artist dwells upon inexhaustible invention and powerful emotions, intensity, producing a work sufficiently stimulating, filled with wealth of artists whose life and work is precious contribution towards the development of culture. It creates a golden history. The maturity in art is a long journey, and also it's a continuous effort of perfection. It is a lifetime's journey or more than that. One should aim for inexhaustible richness in every expression of work of art and work of literature. It is difficult to understand the socio-political, economical, religious factors and situation in this country, which makes me worried more about the younger generation to come, or future generation particularly, and the humanity's changing attitude towards spiritual ideal. Friends, we all live in 21st century, which is an era of globalization, worldwide mobility, communication, and information. If we want to enhance the quality of altruism in this era, then we have to tone down our materialistic approach and work more and more towards coaxing and creating awareness of art to make the society and individual a more cultured person, and there is a chance of making awakening of the spirit or spiritual awakening. The wheel of time has brought many changes and unexpected features in our life. Our existence is loaded with many novel thoughts and surrounded by very few innovative ideas. This great change has also naturally affected towards the cultural scenario of this world. And now we are experiencing a totally new cultural landscape in our country. This has also created a new dilemma about human cultural evolution, where we cannot find the place of our own body and mind. It's really very difficult. It's really very difficult situation that our lifestyle, it is intoxicating lifestyle that we are enjoying now, where our own security is projected by means of financial power, status, symbol, physical possessions, where our own self-significance is almost nil. The new fanfare brought by technology has succeeded in penetrating all spheres of human existence and creative endeavor. It has also succeeded in cultivating a kind of isolation, individualization in human mind, and planted a very new concept of thinking process, which was not visible earlier and not existed even some of the decades ago. The nature of human being cannot be changed so easily. So, human species requires a suitable ambience and support of other fellow beings to lead a happy and healthy life, apart from air, water, and food. Art and culture comes under the unique category of necessities of human species because we have a mind which can be described as the mightiest force of our life, behind our life. It is a treasure house of intrinsic impressions, tendencies, convictions, fate, inclinations, emotions, thoughts, and imagination. He understands the idea of truth and beauty, peace and happiness, and his mental state governs his circumstances. It is said that the story of art throughout the ages is the story of humanity's continuing search for appropriate forms to express and experience the world and the aspirations of human spirit. Art and aesthetics are products of beauty and truth. It's beautiful. And that's why it cannot support ugly things in this world, bad things in this world, or the wrong deeds in this world. It has no place of accepting violent features, and prevention of human progress. Ladies and gentlemen, but art, it is also very powerful, very strong protest. Apart from art and aesthetics, it's also a very good, very, very powerful weapon to protest against the wrong system. And it has been happening for the last 3,000 years of writing. It may be in poetry, it may be in novel, it may be in theater, in drama. If you look into the Greek dramas, which are written 3,000 years back by Sophocles, Aeschylus, or anybody in that case, they are all protests against the wrong system of God or the wrong system of the regime. And that's why today I was thinking, I was remembering, and we all remember Chilean poet Pablo Neruda, African poet Amiri Baraka, and Kenyan writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Of course, Urdu poet Faiz Ahmed Faiz, to name a few, and many others in this world, with their strong philosophical ideas. Today, in this beautiful function, beautiful literary festival, where all the poets are gathered, all the connoisseurs of arts are gathering here, I read out Kim Chi-ha's poem, a small poem, one of the most powerful poets. His poems carry the spirit of rebellion hewn from the tragic past of a war-torn, anguished nation with a long history of poverty. Its name is Yellow Dust Road by Kim Chi-ha. Yellow Dust Road. In small Hwadang village, embraced among the sparse bamboo bushes, blood surges up in every well every 10 years. Born in this barren colony, slain under the bayonets, my father, how could the dew in the bamboo butts that spring ever forget the crystal brightness of May? It was a long and cruel summer when even the children were starving. That sultry summer of blatant tyranny that knew not of the heavens or the yellow road, eternally our motherland, our hope. It's written by Kim Chi-ha. And I'm about to finish now. Thank you for listening with so much of patience. I appreciate the effort by the organizers of Ukiyo Literary Festival and convey my heartiest regards to all the writers, poets, and artists participating here, including the media. Hope we will be able to cultivate more readers, more publishers, coaxing more publishers and more readers now onwards, and expecting a bright future to all the poets and also the beautiful poems, the dreams of the poets. Thank you very much.
Thagachari Sri Ratamtiyam. Thank you so much for those beautiful words. Event se makha chathaboy na hujik dance performance ama Babina Chabungbam na khudol taujagani. Moving forward, now we have a dance performance by Babina Chabungbam. Babina Chabungbam is a research scholar at the Center for the Study of Social Systems, JNU New Delhi, and a performer with Narmada Cultural Organization, a Delhi-based Manipuri dance group. She has been involved with Narmada Cultural Organization under the guidance of Oja Khumanthem Narmada Devi. She is now studying the cultural aspect of the form and content of Jagoi form Sangeet Natak awardee Oja Nongthombam Amusana Devi. She shifts between the lived experience as a dancer and her academic engagement as a scholar to join the dots between life and letters of the two seemingly different yet similar worlds. Combining passions in these two fields, she has written her MPhil dissertation titled Embodied Culture and Its Contestations, a sociological study of Manipuri Jagoi Ras. She is engaged with Manipuri dance in general and Jagoi Ras in particular to understand the intersections between religion, culture, and sexuality with the politics of the dance. She is in her initial phase of research as a dance ethnographer. Please welcome Babina Chabungbam on stage.
Tinbiribam mayam pumnamukpu ikokno na kurumjai. Good evening, good morning. I just want to share some things before I dance. We know that humans tell stories, and that's what we do. And from the first human sitting around a campfire to a kid sitting hunched up around Punga listening to Bobok's tales, we all tell stories, and that's how we know we live, how we remember, and how we express our joy and sadness, and also how we speak of love in its various forms. And I have come to believe that our bodies also tell stories in the various scars and marks on our bodies, in the subtle wrist movements of a dancer. If life imitates art and vice versa, the bodies of Manipur have told 1,000 tales 1,000 times over. And to speak of Manipur is to speak of its various contestations which exist amidst unparalleled beauty and unrivaled talent. And so it is with Manipuri dance. And questions about what is authentic and what is borrowed, and questions about what is real and what are imitations always exist. And amidst all these contestations, which I feel have stifled and taken away from the true meanings and value of a dance as an art form, I would like to perform today a humble rendering of a dance, a classical piece called Nilakamal. At its core, Nilakamal tells the basic of human stories of love, of romance, and of desire. We see a smitten Radha speaking of a Krishna, a blue lotus beautiful in its perfection, of a Krishna who is as graceful as white foam of clouds, gliding gracefully by. Her Krishna adorned with feathers and earrings, her Krishna whose flute calls out Radha, whose anklet sounds makes her heart flutter and look longingly around for a glimpse of him. Today at this venue, when we're surrounded by various dignitaries, ojas here, and writers and authors and storytellers, I would like to say that today I would like to also tell my story through Nilakamal, and I would like to say that Nilakamal is not just entertainment, and I don't want my dance to be an entertainment because it tells lots of stories beyond that. Thank you, and please enjoy.
भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभांगं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णु भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं सर्वलोकैकनाथं सर्वलोकैकनाथम् श्याम देखो रे सखी नीलकमल श्याम नीलकमल श्याम सखी नीलकमल श्याम नीलकमल श्याम सखी नीलकमल श्याम 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 नीलकमल श्याम নবজল ধরো আভা শ্যাম রূপ কি বা শোভা শিখি পুষ চূড়া মাথে সর্বরে কুণ্ডল দোলে নীল কমল শ্যাম নবজল ধরো আভা শ্যাম রূপ কি বা শোভা নবজল ধরো আভা শ্যাম রূপ কি বা শোভা শিখি পুষ চূড়া মাথে শিখি পুষ চূড়া মাথে সর্বরে কুণ্ডল দোলে সর্বরে কুণ্ডল দোলে সর্বরে কুণ্ডল দোলে নীল কমল শ্যাম বামে হেলে চূড়াবাসী রাধা রাধা রো করে পিত্ত ধরা বনমালা নগুঞ্জা হারা দোলে নীল কমল শ্যাম বামে হেলে চূড়াবাসী রাধা রাধা রো করে বামে হেলে চূড়াবাসী রাধা রাধা রো করে রাধা রাধা রো করে পিত্ত ধরা বনমালা পিত্ত ধরা বনমালা নগুঞ্জা হারা দোলে নগুঞ্জা হারা দোলে নগুঞ্জা হারা দোলে নীল কমল শ্যাম सुनो प्राण सखी देखो देखो प्राण सखी नील कमल श्याम রাতুলো জু গোলো জোড়া নপুরের ঝঙ্কার করে শুনি আমার মন জুড়াইল গোপী চোর দাসে কোহে নীল কমল শ্যাম রাতুলো জু গোলো চোরা নপুরের ঝঙ্কার করে রাতুলো জু গোলো চোরা নপুরের ঝঙ্কার করে নপুরের ঝঙ্কার করে শুনি আমার মন জুড়াইল শুনি আমার মন জুড়াইল গোপী চোর দাসে কোহে পঞ্চ প্রাণ সমর্পিলু নীল কমল শ্যাম
Babina Buthagachari, thank you for the graceful performance, Babina. Hujik akoigi interaction session haujarani stage 1 da theme na queer literature Kumam Davidson ga Shanganglu ga stage 1 da amasung stage 2 da na Devangana Dash ka theme na children's literature. We will now commence with the interaction session with our esteemed guests and speakers. On stage 1, we have on queer literature an interaction session with Kumam Davidson and Shanganglu, moderated by Ritu Konsam. And on stage 2, we have on children's literature, Devangana Dash. On stage 1, can we please have Mr. Kumam Davidson and Shanganglu, and also our moderator, Ritu Konsam. The theme is on queer literature. Kumam Davidson is a writer and independent journalist He is Zuban Sasakawa Peace Foundation Grantee 2019, Likho Citizen Journalism Fellow 2019, and a PhD scholar in Center for English Studies, JNU, New Delhi. His writings have been published in First Post, Scroll, Homegrown, Indian Women Blog, Feminism in India, Gacy, Thumbprint, Galaxy Magazine, Darshi, and Yendai, among others. I apologize for the confusion. This will be stage 1, and stage 2 is right behind stage 1. So those of you interested in participating in the children's literature, which is going to take place on stage 2, is right behind this big stage, which is stage 1.
Degree in Geography from Miranda House, Delhi University, and a Master's degree in Gender Studies from Ambedkar University of Delhi. Her research has focused on sexual violence under Armed Forces Special Powers Act with regard to the standpoint of tribal women and the complexity of the tribal identity and ethnicity with respect to gender. She was also the convener of the Ambedkar University Delhi Queer Collective of 2018 and 19. She's also been elected as a student representative in the AUD, that is Ambedkar University Committee for Prevention of Sexual Harassment. She has presented papers on Manipuri women in academia and sexual harassment in academia in Delhi and Mumbai. Without taking much time, we would like to begin. So, to begin with, I would like to ask the first question to both of you.
Definition of what queer and what queer literature means. Speaking on the definition of queer literature as a popular understanding, what we define queer is um, any literature written by queer people or on queer issues, which queer as a gender identity, let's say LGBTQIA. Um, the greater question here is not is for us to ask if queer is only limited to LGBTQ or written on their issues of queer identities and queer people and their life experiences. Also, there is this greater debate of who can write for whom or who can speak for whom, or the insider-outsider debate. Can any cishet person write for the life experiences or speak about the life experiences of trans or any genderqueer people? I think queer literature here should imply in terms of the nature of the text and not just about who writes the literature. It should have a standpoint and a viewpoint which is definitely queer or non-conventional at best. Often, as a student and as a scholar, when we generally talk about queer literature and as we understand it from a very narrow viewpoint, that is, on queer people and queer issues, we often have a distaste towards literature written by non-queer people, as they do not share the same life experience and the same, they do not come from the community itself. But what can we look beyond? But should we just confine queer to just this narrow understanding of queer as a gender identity, or should we expand it to a more broader framework encompassing various races, gender identities, class, caste, and tribal narratives? I think, David.
Since I see very young students here today, which feels really good, so I think I will try and simplify even more than I had previously planned to. I wasn't probably expecting such young kids here today, so I think I'm going to try and simplify even further as much as I can. So, so this is addressed to the students out there first. We all study what is adjective, what is noun in school grammar book, right? So, when we talk about the phrase queer literature, the first understanding, the obvious implication is that the word queer is an adjective there, and while literature is the noun. So that is the popular understanding of queer literature. So queer has been popularly understood or explained as an adjective. Then if it is an adjective, then you have to know what is the meaning of that adjective. Queer as an adjective was not now anymore probably, was understood back in the 16th century, dating back to the 16th century, the German word queer, I'm not a German language expert, so queer, which is loosely translated as oblique or perverse. Perverse meaning something which is unacceptable, something bad. So that is the kind of meaning the word queer had for the longest time, and it was an adjective. But I'm here to sort of radically try and redefine it probably, at least in my own terms. For me, the word queer in the queer literature is no longer just an adjective. For me, it's more of a verb. You know the meaning of verb, right, students? A verb is an action-doing word, right? So an action-doing word has a process to it. If you are, for example, eat, sleep, study, run, swim, it's all verbs, and it's an action-doing word. So for me, queer is also more on the side of that, by which I mean queer implies a process. What process? A process of growing up who you want to be. Do you want to keep long hair? Do you want to keep short hair? Do you want to go bald? Do you want to color your hair? What kind of shirts do you want to wear? Do you like swimming? Do you like chocolate? So there is a process. So since it is a process, I would like to interpret queer as more of a verb. But I'm not also dismissing the fact that for the longest time and still now, it is popularly understood as an adjective. So from there, I want to bring to the idea that queer literature then traditionally and also popularly is understood as the literature written by LGBTQIA plus people, which means literature written by lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender, intersex, asexuals, anyone in that spectrum, anyone. So that is primarily and popularly understood to be what queer literature is. But for me, it is slightly different. For me, the word queer in the queer literature is rather a very different, a very radical idea that one can be anything, one can be anyone, and it need not be a complete form. It can always keep changing, it can always keep evolving. For example, young students in class 3 or 4 out there, when you grow up, when you are in class 10 and then when you are in college, you won't be the same anymore. You will have different emotions, you will look different. It changes, it evolves, and for me that is queer. And so then for me queer invalidates the idea of staticity or staticity when we talk about identity, when we talk about life experience. Also, it also negates the idea that, okay, fine, men are like this, women are like this, transgenders are like this, put into different boxes. Queer for me completely erases that boundaries. For me, it is like water. It is seamless. It can cross each other. You don't need to be just a boy your whole life. You can be whatever you want. If you, for example, participate in a school function and where you are supposed to participate in a drama and you're going to put, going to take the role of Sita, for example. You're going to wear makeup. You're going to put hair, wig on your head. You're going to wear costumes. And that's completely fine. That at any given point of time, you can be whatever you feel, you can be whatever you want. And tomorrow or the next moment, you can outgrow that. You can become someone else again. So I think for me, that is precisely the premise on which I want to build the idea, my take on queer literature. So that is briefly how I want to simplify queer, what queer is. So coming to queer literature, then what is queer literature? Of course, it is the literature written by LGBTQIA people, of course. It cannot be dismissed at all. But otherwise, and also historically speaking, it is the vast range of literature that we have come across in school, in college, in libraries, right from Shakespeare, William Shakespeare. I'm sure some of the students must have come across William Shakespeare. Right from William Shakespeare, Oscar Wilde, Eve Sedgwick, Ismat Chugtai. So this range of writings in different languages by different people of different ethnicities, of different genders, about different life experiences. This, in a way, sort of encompass the larger ambit, the larger corpus of what is queer literature, but I'm sure through the session we will be sort of digging into more of it. So I just want to sort of conclude the first part by saying that then what are some of the few criterias or qualities or parameters to be called or to be termed as queer literature? For me, it begins with engaging, resisting with structures of heteronormative power, with heteronormativity, established orders. So to attempt to question that, to attempt to engage with and against that, to destabilize what is accepted power structures that can come in the form of the foundation of the logic of, for example, men, women, gender binary, for example. So to sort of engage with and against that, to destabilize that, I think that somewhere qualifies as what is queer literature. And maybe it need not be about who is writing it. Maybe it's more about what is being written about. And of course, given the multitude of writers and literature that have come, and given the audience who have come here today, I'm sure there can be other interpretations as well, which we can take up along.
Thank you, Shen and David, for ending the first answer with a very hopeful promise that queer is a mesh of possibilities. You can be anything you want to be. But to remember that to be who you want to be, you need to resist first. Sorry. My second question to both of you is, can we talk a little about the brief trajectory of Indian queer writings in English?
I mean, here the Indian literature, Indian queer literature. If we think about the mainland Indian queer literature, I think we can trace it back to Sikandi, which is part of the Indian mythology, which is very Hinduized, of course. I think contemporary would be Ismat Chugtai Lihav. I think Ismat Chugtai Lihav is certainly the first and the most controversial, of course, and the most important queer literature in contemporary India. But what encompasses Indian literature as like Indian is also a question for us. As in people from the periphery and people from certain parts of India, they do not have the belongingness, or they do not resonate with the term Indian as an identity, or as an Indian person himself or herself. So I think we have to have a broader understanding of what Indian literature is. Should it just be confined to the English language, or should we expand it to vernacular languages? And if we expand it to vernacular languages, what are the odds and what are the evens? I think I'll just say that.
So to answer this question, or to even think about it, first of all, I will clarify that I don't believe in chronology, that okay, this literature came first and this literature came after. I don't believe in chronology, but the fact that I'm just going to lay out a brief trajectory is merely for the convenience of it. And it is also not an exhaustive list in the sense that, oh, this RD, only literature that can be called queer literature in India. So this is not an exhaustive list. There are many others. There are many others. So this is only a selective list. So in the Indian context, queer literature is quite a vast terrain. It is as complex as the larger corpus of queer literature in general. In 1942, a short story about the erotic relationship between a Begum and her female companion shocked people. The story was based in 19th century Lucknow. The short story was so provocative to many people of that time that it led to court trials. And of course, we all know it. It's Lihaf by Ismat Chugtai. And over the decades, it became an epitome of queer literature in India, especially the way it talked about, the way it portrayed female same-sex desire. And after that, after 1942, after Lihaf, decades later, in 1981, I believe, the then Marathi playwright, famous playwright and writer, Vijay Tendulkar, who was rather talked about for his radical take on caste, which was included in university and college syllabus. And which wasn't included was his rather and lesser known drama. There was a drama called, I'm not able to pronounce that in Marathi, is called Mr. Gosai or something like that. So it talked about the love triangle between two women and a man. So that became one of the first, not the first of course, but one of the first portrayals of homosexual characters on stage. And few years later, of course, came Mahesh Dattani. I think in 1991, with his Bravely Fought the Queen, Vikram Fukan said in an article in the Hindu, he said that Mahesh Dattani almost, literally, took the gay man out of the closet. I mean, Bombay at that time, there was gay Bombay, there was this underground circle, there was this circle where people were meeting, people were talking, people were writing, people were reading. I mean, LGBT people, secretly, in their own networks. But according to Vikram, Dattani took the homosexual man out of the closet, and thereafter he went on to publish play after play, and in his works, in Dattani's works, the theme of homosexuality remains a very pertinent theme. From there, of course, came Salim Kidwai and Ruth Vanita. They together brought out same-sex desire in India in 2001. Sorry, same-sex love in India, not desire. They brought out same-sex love in India in 2001. I think it was the right time probably, because academic circles, researchers, intellectuals had also by that time taken keen interest in looking back to history, looking back to mythology, looking back to literature in order to cull out what is the Indian historiography of queer literature. So, along similar lines, Devdutt Patnaik, of course, came book after books, on slightly similar fashion. I think by after Ruth Vanita, after 2000, there have been slow, gradual, but quite a number of publications. I think I'll just mention a few. Of course, I have to also mention the whole narrative of Kama Sutra that came in the queer literature discussion also. So there was one book which sort of became quite controversial on its own. Hosang Merchant, a Parsi who grew up in Mumbai, who traveled the world, came back. He started working in Hyderabad Central University. He started working in Hyderabad. He came out with books previously as well. There was a book called Yarana, Gay Writings in South Asia. He wrote poetry. But one book that really struck a lot of people, for good and bad reasons, was The Man Who Would Be a Queen. So the book was titled The Man Who Would Be Queen, and the book has this, his own self-portrait showing his backside with long white hair, smooth skin. It just sort of made a lot of people uncomfortable. Not just the cover, but what's being written in the book. He wrote about his life in Mumbai, the world that he traveled, the number of men he has met in his life. And in one of the interviews, he said, so also the book was titled Autobiographical Fiction, which, I don't know, was a little bit of a ploy maybe, because later in an interview, he clarified it. No, it's indeed an autobiography. So the reason I'm bringing in this book is, maybe I'll come back later to it, because there's a lot he's doing with the form, the style, the language. So earlier this year, he came out with a sequel to this autobiography. So from there, we have many other writers, and I also must mention one of my favorites, J.D. Pinto's translation of Sachin Kundalkar's Cobalt Blue. A really fascinating book that's one of my favorite, Cobalt Blue. So that also came out post 2000. Then there are suddenly this spurt of writers. To mention a few, Raz Rao, Neil Mukherjee, Parvesh Sharma, Sandeep Roy, Suniti Nam Joshi, of course, I cannot forget her. Then we have Sasi Deshpande. For some reason, it struck a chord in me. Her Sahitya Academy Award-winning book, That Long Silence. So it's been talked about as a very woman-centric, feminist novel. So it did struck a chord with me because, like I said, I'll come back to it again. Why a feminist text, a feminist novel, a woman-centric novel would struck a chord with me also in relation to the larger topic that we're discussing today. So we have Sasi Deshpande, then Suniti Nam Joshi, Vikram Seth, of course, Manil Suri. Then we have Vasudhendra from Tamil Nadu, I believe, if I'm not wrong. And then we have Sarif Rangnekar from Delhi. Vivek Tezuza, he was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he's not here. Santa Khurai is from Manipur. And many, many others. So the list, like I said, is not an exhaustive list. It's just a selected list. So this corpus of writings somewhere come to define what queer literature in India is. But on the other side, with more interest, with more research works that had been picked up in academia, I think also on the other hand, the solidification of the queer movement in the country so queer activists, writers, poets. So there's a lot of solidification that had happened in the last couple of decades, right from the 90s till now. So there have been some, quite a lot actually, non-fictional publications as well. So I'll just mention few which might be relevant. So we have had Akhil Katyal, Akshay Khanna, Kujali Manikeval, Sketa Thakrar, Indra Pamit Das, among many others. So I think for me, this sort of come to partially define, partially represent the trajectory of queer literature in India.
Thank you, David sir. I would like to come back to David, but just before that, my question is to you, Shen. As you identify yourself as a queer feminist, can you talk a little about the interaction between feminism and queer? Do you believe feminism does it come under queer, or how does it work?
That is rather a very interesting take on feminism, if feminism comes under queer or if queer resonates with feminism. I'll keep it short. According to me, feminism very well is one lens through which we view the various structures within which our society is located, be it caste, class, gender, race, identity, ethnicity. If we can take feminism as a lens to study and to understand the society and the power within it, I think there's no qualms in taking queer perspective as one lens and then looking at feminism as feminism also and as the society and its various categories and various identities through the said perspective. I think there's no according to me, I don't think there's any problem in that.
So my third question is to you, David, coming back to your previous answer. Can we critically talk about the queer and Indian in Indian queer writing?
So since we are talking about adjectives and then terminologies, I'll just briefly sort of go into, then how can we talk about the queer in the Indian English writings? And also the Indian in the Indian English writings. I mean, when we were conceptualizing, when this session was being conceptualized, there were questions among peers, colleagues, friends about what is Indian, what is queer writings in India. So there are two components, of course. First, there is the queer, then there is the Indian. So I mean, the debate on Indianness in Indian literature is not new. It's been there since the times of R.K. Narayan, Ras Rao, Mulk Ras Anand. It's been there. And I don't think we have had a closer to what we can define India as. I think it's ever changing, it's ever growing, it's conflicting, it's contradictory, it's contested. For example, I mean, just in the earlier session, during the keynote address, there were writers from different parts of the country, and there are some right now. We have Jerry Pinto as well. We have Pretty Gill. We have Mamang Dai, Istrin Kire. So of course, I don't want to take the onus to describe who you are, but as a reader of your books, as someone who engages with Indian English writing, then who is an Indian writer and what is Indian writing in English for that matter? So the Indianness, for me, the Indianness cannot be an already defined idea. I think it's important to constantly reimagine what is Indianness in Indian writing, and the fact that we have such numerous diverse writers today writing in different forms, genres, different kinds of stories. And I'll just pick a few examples. The kind of stories that R.K. Narayan wrote back in the 50s, then somebody like Salman Rushdie or Amitabh Ghosh, and as recent as somebody, O.V. Vijayan, for instance, who wrote The Legends of Khasak, Mamang Dai, who wrote Legends of Pensem, Istrin Kire. At the same time, somebody who's writing from Shillong, let's say, Anjum Hassan, None of us are similar. Santa Kurai. None of us are writing in the same syntax, not in the same, not with the same idea of what India is. So I think Indianness in that sense cannot be a static idea, cannot be a predefined idea. So then how am I going to sort of co-join the queer and the Indian? So for me, the queer gives agency, gives scope, space. So queer by, like I said in the beginning, queer by definition for me is this process which is rather actually formless. It can take any form. It can take any shape, it can take any texture. It can even experiment with language, right? So then maybe the idea of queer literature can also participate in the larger debate of reimagining what is Indian literature, what is Indianness. And when, for example, I think I shouldn't go to examples. So what I'm trying to say is that the queer in the Indian English writing probably can help one to sort of reimagine.
Sorry,
reimagine
David, we're running short of time. If we could just, yeah.
So I'll just wrap up. So for me, it's a very, very open-ended category. And by saying that okay, I think I should just cut short.
Coming to Shen as the last question to you. As a convener of Queer Collective back in your university in Ambedkar University, Delhi, what is the role of university and college campus queer collectives and publications within the ambit of larger queer literature in India?
I believe university spaces and college spaces are in fact the primary site where knowledge are produced and where the producers of knowledge are brought up and prepared for the larger war in life or whatever it is. So for the development of queer literature, I think university spaces have a very critical role to play. I mean, centering upon queer perspectives in the thinking of young minds. The presence of queer collective within university spaces and college spaces can give visibility, first of all, and legitimacy to queer thoughts and literature, which is otherwise missing from mainstream curriculum and existence. And in some cases, the existence of such collectives have led to the inclusion of queer texts and perspective in syllabus within academia. Such processes, I think, are crucial in creating conditions for queer literature to find space and recognition further in the mainstream literary world. I think queer politics in mainland Indian university, on the other hand, being part of it and being associated with such collective for some years, I would say that the inclusivity or the belongingness that one seeks to find even in a queer circle, it is rather missing because mainstream politics or mainstream queer politics sometimes doesn't resonate with the politics that I believe in and the politics that I use in day-to-day life. Mainstream politics, queer politics or mainstream queer politics in university spaces, it rather give priority to what is the Hinduized version or what is the Indianized version of queer politics, and rather no spaces or very little spaces for Dalit, queer, Northeast queer, or people from periphery, queer people from periphery. I feel some lives are more celebrated than others. Some works more published than others. I think blogs and university newsletters, queer collective newsletters, sometimes we call for a paper solely written by queer people. For example, say 95% to be written by queer people identifying as queer, and 5% maybe for non-queer cishet people and allies. But I think there is this main priority given to queer people when it comes to queer literature. I mean, queer as in gender queer people.
With that, I would like to open the discussion to the floor. I mean, anyone can answer this question. Given India's diversity and its complexity, can queer literature serve as a medium to address intersectional issues?
Check. Okay. Thank you. The floor is now open for taking questions from the audience. So if there's anyone who would like to pose a question, just raise your hand and one of our volunteers will come to you. Right there. Mike, come to us.
Hi, I'm Kedar from Pondicherry, and I have a question with regards to education. How do you foresee the introduction of awareness of LGBT and queer literature in, say, a high school education system? How do you foresee the introduction of this in the education system?
Can I just add? Very relevant question, given that in India we don't even talk about sex education. So, having said that, it's not a question, just an observation that we were having amongst ourselves. We were thinking, talking about queer literature, it's a huge domain. I'm sure that all of us are aware. And I think we can just hit up Google if we are looking about queer literature in India. We're more interested in looking at, is there queer literature in Manipur? Is there a synergy between queer activists, LGBT activists? I can talk about my friend Shanta, and I'm sure that, having her or having your interpretations, having interactions on that would have been very interesting for people who have come from outside, especially to know about what's the scene in Manipur, what's the scene like when it comes to literature, what's the representation, how is the, how is the identity shape the discourse. Another thing that struck me was the fact that I think somewhere there was a mention of vernacular language when we're talking about the Indian literature scene. That is something that's very uncomfortable for a lot of people. Vernacular is a colonial structure that was imposed by the British because they thought that English is the superior language and Indian languages are not. So that's something that I think we need to really be cautious about. But I would really like, for the people on the stage to talk about queer literature in Manipur more than, say, queer literature in India. Thank you.
David, would you like to take that?
So the bit on education, I think one of the things that we can do is we can start by keeping gender-neutral uniforms, no skirts, boys, girls, separate, because that is just one of the ways to sort of destigmatize, identity taboos, misunderstandings, misconceptions, and there are so many books out there, even for children. There are, for example, comic literature that's partly comic that can be sort of included in school syllabus. Very fun, but it talks about diversity of identities, diversities of lives, and so we can bring in such books into the syllabus. But I wouldn't say that I'm not an expert on education policy framing. So. I think one can also learn from schools which have already implemented such inclusive models. For example, Tagore International School in Delhi, I think, do some work, for example, right now. So I think, but I think uniform is very important, I think, because you are always seeing a boy and a girl separately. That just reaffirms gender binary. So I think we can start with that. And coming back to the Chechitra's questions, Santa is a dear sister to me. She was she refused to be part of this session for, I think she's stuck in some other engagement. I think she has some other engagement. That's why she's not been able to be here. Otherwise, she has been invited to the panel and sort of bring her own experiences and knowledge and works out here. Also talking about Manipuri queer historiography or literature. See, A, I'm not an expert on that. There could be someone who's better at that, right? B, I think the larger framework of the session, I think, is a little pan-India. Pan-India in the sense that there, with of course focus on the English language. So it's, I think, pan-India. But at the same time, there is also, of course, time constraint. There is also a section where we wanted to go deeper into then how can we engage with literature from, let's say, Nagaland, Manipur, Assam, Kashmir, Aga Said Ali, for example, right? How can we engage with them vis-a-vis Indian literature, queer literature? So I think the time constraint sort of, we didn't go into there. Vernacular language is not something that I really touch on. So, having said that, I think we are still stuck with the English language. It's a colonial language, and we're still stuck with it. I think it's a very, very large debate, I think.
Would anyone like to ask a question? Yes, please.
Thank you. My question is simple, actually. Speaking from a more generalistic point of view, because literature, cinema, or any other pop culture or pop entertainment point of view, it represents, for example, I think now, it's sort of representing LGBTQ queer as sort of acceptable in a way, as opposed to before. But in that same vein, the representation of queer has been this sort of token person who acts differently or is weird as, not weird as such, but is different compared to sort of the person who's playing the lead role or something. I'm talking from a cinematic point of view, actually. But so my question is this simply: will we ever get to a point through literature, as you guys are writing, or through cinema or such, that we see everybody as they are and not as a representation of somebody who's showing somebody as he is this way or that way? And another subset of this question is, the esteemed panelists over there raised the question of class differences as well, right? That there is no one narrative to queer, and that there is different narratives, be it Dalit, SC, ST, whatsoever. Does the issue of queer and how it's being represented sort of enforce this really prevalent ideology in India that there is a system of highs and lows, that one person is sort of above another person and one person is below another person, that you're gay, tu to aisa hoga, no, I'm straight, so I'm different from you and all that. And how far does literature or any sort of cultural exchange go in destigmatizing queer people and inculcating them as contributing progressive members of society who are not different from me and you, but we are all together in this, journey. Thank you.
Anyone?
Should I? I mean, that was quite a lot of questions. See, first of all, when I want to differentiate between queer and LGBTQIA, it cannot be, at least in my view, taken synonymously. Queer is something else completely for me. LGBTQIA could be something else. So drawing from your concerns and thoughts, so I will take that as representation of LGBTQIA people. Right. Of course, Bollywood, any film industry, let's take any film industry, the representation have been so stereotypical. Whose gaze it is? Who's representing whom? For example, is a queer person, is a lesbian making a lesbian film? Or is it a money-hungry producer making money out of it? So then, what is the content? Is it realistic? Is it sensational? Let's pick any example from Bollywood in the last 20, 30 years. It's been a figure of joke, right? Until recently, there have been some promise of a more realistic, of a more dignified characters on screen. For the longest time, it's just a side character, comic relief, like in Shakespeare. So, so popular culture, on one hand, have been really, popular culture on one hand been really sort of complicit in the flawed, false representation of the LGBTQI people, but at the same time, it's only from popular culture which there are some which is rather very radical. There are radical representations as well. Let's say if we pick up Netflix, there are some good work out there, independent filmmakers. Let's go back to, for example, Deepa Mehta's, I believe, Fire. Or let's go back to a film, Rahul Bose, what was the name of the film? I cannot remember. Rahul Bose played the role of a HIV/AIDS victim person. Rahul Bose, right? Yeah. So there have been some, but lately with social media, digital media amplifying at such a scale, where so young people are also creating content today. I think it's changing massively. So it's just a matter of what kind of art are we consuming? What kind of popular culture are we consuming? So I think it's a matter of that. But let's not go into Bollywood. From there, how can we sort of intervene or bring about probably a change? Can cinema, can popular culture be a driving force of change for the LGBTQIA people? Yes, why not? And I think I won't go into the details of it. I think every artist would have their own perspective and approach to it. I think I will just want to, it just reminds me of, Aristotle when he said, what is art? Art is imitation of life, but life is imitation of art. So I think it's just a matter of which one do we want to go about. And the last part, where you talk about class hierarchy, elitism. So while LGBTQIA movement is it's a much bigger struggle, but the popularization of LGBTQIA movement, especially in the last decade or so, especially with the corporate involvement, with the pink washing, glamorization, beauty pageants, cosmetic industry, I think also I think there has been a pink washing to it. So so that's there. So I think LGBTQIA movement, especially in the metropolitan areas, I think do have a problem with elitism, and we can take the discussion, I'm sure, of this after this session as well.
Yeah. That's it, and we would like to thank everyone for your presence here.
Thank you so much, Kumam Davidson and Shenganglu. I'd like to briefly interrupt this session for the release of Lamai magazine. This is the first edition and the official magazine for the Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019. Lamai translates to pages in Manipuri. Parul, would you please take over?
Lamai, translated as pages in Manipuri, is our origin story. It is the beginning of an ambitious attempt to tell all embracing narratives. Making Lamai is synonymous with learning to take a baby step, first baby steps. We failed, we tumbled, but we learned. We got up and then we walked a mile. Exploring uncharted territories of designing a magazine while simultaneously organizing a festival of such magnitude have been extremely trying for the team. But we took every opportunity and bad luck thrown our way. And as a learning curve, we took each day as it came, and every page, every Lamai is ours. This maiden edition of Lamai is brought to you by the neophytes of Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019 team. We present to you our Lamai.
Thank you very much, Parul. Thank you for Ukiyo for inviting me. And I want to just point out that Shelley once called poets the unacknowledged legislators of our times. The unacknowledged legislators of our reading habits are bookshops. They actually decide what you're going to be seeing in front of you. They actually decide what you're going to be looking at from the various choices that they are presented with. And the unacknowledged legislators of our leisure reading time have for long been magazines which determine what we will read in the time when we are not reading formally, which is what we do when we read books, but we are reading for relaxation and for another level of entertainment. I think Lamai probably crosses genres here, offering you an ambitious read. I haven't seen it myself, it's just been launched. But to be able to pull off a bookshop, a literary festival, and a magazine speaks for the quality and the endeavor that has gone into this entire event. Thank you so much, Ukiyo. May you go from strength to strength. May we see many more issues of this magazine in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jerry Pinto. All our guests and participants will be handed a copy of this magazine. In case if you do not receive one, please kindly approach one of our volunteers. Ngashigi akhoi phongdoi magazine Lamai se saruk yaubi balak piriba mayamda amamam khudol taujagani. In case phangbidaba yar so akhoi volunteer da dum approach tawbiyo. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019, powered by RK Fortune Private Limited and sponsored by Classic Group of Hotels, Arun Enterprises, HVS, the Sangai Hotel, MIPAX, Mahai, Sanamahi Motors, Sri Manikumar Jewelers, Tandoori, Runway, Fast Track, Madeleine, QMAC Food Hub, and Fito's Cafe. We're now going to take a short break for 15 minutes.
bird called the Indian peterbird with 9 colors. So some birds were so colorful, like you saw. There were some birds which were not so colorful. Yeah. What is the first thing you notice here? Can you see how long the beak is? Yeah. So that's the shadow of the bird, and she moved ahead and she saw a gray hornbill. Have you seen a hornbill? Yeah. Have you seen when it rains during monsoon season, you see hornbills a lot. There's a hornbill with silvery grey hair, just like my grandfather's beard. Yeah, lots of beard, and it was a wise hornbill here. Why is it called a hornbill? Because the beak, the beak or the bill is like a horn or a trumpet. Yeah, it's almost like a speaker. The old speakers used to go. So it's a horn-like bill called a grey hornbill. It was taking out a very rough sound, which sounded like. It's a rough trumpet, yeah? So it's a trumpet that has gone bad. Yeah? So that was your, with what color hornbill? A grey hornbill, yeah? Moving ahead, we all have seen these birds. You have seen this? Yeah? Beautiful. Can you see how tall they are? Can you see the long S-shaped necks? Yeah? And long legs? Yeah, they're so long they're almost dipped in water and you can't see the whole leg. So there was a family of flamingos there, busy chatting amongst themselves. Yeah, so many flamingos together. Let's see what they were doing. Look at the necks going left, right. And can you see how fast they're walking? Yeah, funny that. See that tall? That's how you entered this room. They're busy. I think they're dancing, yeah? They're doing a family dance. Such strong legs. Alright, that was a family of flamingos, a flock of flamingos, yeah? Tall, pink flamingos that were doing a dance. Alright. How many birds do you see on the screen? Everybody can see 7 birds? Yeah? Okay, why I made you count this? Because these birds are popular as the 7 sisters. Yeah? They're called the 7 sisters. Their real name is the jungle babblers. Jungle? Babblers. Why babblers? Because they babble a lot, and whenever they're together, they make really noisy sounds like this. Yeah, all 7 of them are talking, busy chatting, and they always sit in groups of 6 or 7. That's why they got popular as the 7 sister birds. Yeah, the 7 sister birds, or the what is the real name? The jungle babblers, yeah? So there were the 7 sister birds. We have seen these birds. The birds with the red beak. You've seen parrots? Yeah? Okay, so their real name, we call them parrots, but their real name is the parakeet. Yeah? Parakeets, yeah? So there were 5 noisy parakeets with their red beaks. We all know these birds. Doing creak, 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 creak sounds. They were all chatting just like the babblers. So they are all chatty birds that we're seeing. Moving ahead, Gul was walking, and while all these birds were taking out songs of their own, playing drums and all those things, there was a bird which was actually talking. Which of the birds talks? The birds who talk. Have you heard? Yeah. Have you heard a parrot talking? Yeah. That's how they're famous. But these birds are not famous. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see this video first and know more about this bird. Listen very carefully. Okay. Could some of you hear a cat sound there? Yeah? You heard a meow? But meow is not a bird sound. It's not, right? So Gul was very confused. Why is there a bird? Why is there a cat sound? And why is a bird taking out a cat sound? Yeah? So this bird is the drongo bird. The drongo bird. It looks like a crow, right? Yeah, maybe it's a family. It comes from the family of crows. It's a drongo bird, very long black tail it has. Yeah, what it does is it copies other people's sounds. Yeah, it was sitting there getting bored. So whatever was happening in its neighborhood, it was copying all those sounds. Yeah, so there was the drongo bird copying all sounds, and even when Gul was trying to talk to it, it was copying all the sounds. So that was your drongo bird copying all the sounds. Okay, one more bird, and we'll have to listen to this carefully. Enjoy this? Yeah? Yeah? We saw so many birds, different birds, right? Somebody has a different beak, somebody has a different tail, a crown, yeah? So many colors, somebody had no colors, yeah? You can pick this up. So show it to your friends. What's this the bird taking out the goop goop sound? Do you remember this? Yeah? We've forgotten this bird. Alright. Bird was taking out a goop 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 goop. A goop goop goop. We all get that sound, right? Yeah? That was the kukal bird. Not the koel, the kukal bird.
Can I have your attention, please? Lunch for our authors is being served. Our volunteers will assist you to the lunchroom. The lunch break will go on for 30 minutes, after which we will resume with our program. Thank you.
প্রথমেই পড়ে আরম্ভ
I request everyone to take your seats as our session will resume in 5 minutes. I repeat, our session will resume in 5 minutes. Everyone, kindly take your seats. The next session on stage 1 we have Bonita Vas Shimre and Rahul Soni with Rakesh Konjengbam on the theme Making a Book. And on stage 2 we have Vikramjit Rooprai on water conservation. The session at stage 2 is about water conservation, where the speaker, Mr. Vikramjit, will share his experience from across India about different communities manage water and how unique culture and social practices were developed around historic water bodies. Ningjung Java, akoi session makha chathaba oina hujik stage 1 da Bonita Vas Shimre amasung Rahul Soni with Rakesh Konjengbam topic na making a book min manga da haujarani aduna mayam phambam da lingchen. Can I have your attention? The session that is to take place in stage 2 with Mr. Vikramjit Rooprai on water conservation will now commence. So interested participants may please head towards stage 2. I repeat, the session with Mr. Vikramjit Rooprai on water conservation will now commence. Interested participants, please head towards stage 2. Stage 2 is right behind stage 1. In case of any confusion, kindly approach any one of our volunteers.
So I welcome Mr. Vikramjit Singh Rooprai now. whatever time I have, I'm here to share my experiences, what I've learned, what I've seen. You all know what is water, right? This is water, plain simple. Now, explain me what is water. How do you define water? If you've been in thirsty, how do you define thirst? When you've been thirsty, how do you tell what am I drinking?
We will now commence with our session on stage 1. I request Ms. Bonita Vas Shimre and Rahul Soni
to kindly come on stage.
So we have word for everything. But how is it just a word or is it just a
Maybe you
The theme is on making a book, and we have Mr. Rakesh Konjengam as our moderator. Bonita Vas Shimre has worked in publishing for 15 years. She has come a long way from hand binding and making books as a design student to leading a team of designers and illustrators and publishing a design imprint at HarperCollins India. She loves a good story and believes that the right design and cover can give the story the push it needs to reach out to more readers.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this post-lunch session. And I think we'll do a small exercise because every post-lunch session is a bit different from whatever happened in the morning. So I would like to request everyone to give another loud round of applause for Bonita and Rahul, please. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to interrupt for a few minutes, just a few seconds. Just a brief introduction on Mr. Rahul Soni. Rahul Soni is a writer and translator, and he is currently Senior Commissioning Editor for Literary at HarperCollins India. Yeah, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So this session, as we all know, is about like what it takes in making a book, and we have. I would say we are quite fortunate to have two very resourceful people who will be enlightening us with whatever kind of challenges and everything that goes into making a book. So starting the session, let me first. Kind of ask Rahul. Rahul, can you just give us kind of a brief overview about like making a book? I mean, you're the expert, so I think you can give us more thought on this.
Okay, I'm never sure if anyone can hear me. So, am I audible? Okay. Yeah, but Jerry, you should be at stage 2 watching water conservation. So okay. Yeah, I tend not to do these things, so I'm going to be very embarrassed and very incoherent. But please feel free to ask questions wherever, and please interrupt both of you as well.
I will interrupt a lot.
Yes, except Jerry.
Sorry.
Okay, so, where does a book start? You have to write it first. That's a very important part which everyone tends to gloss over. But you have to write the book. We can think about publication later, we can think about what it will look like, what fonts it will be set in. Everyone loves to tinker with that, but first you have to write the book. As an editor, what I do is, I'm a commissioning editor, so there's a variety of kinds of editors. And my primary task is to find work that's happening out there that we can take on. And this can come to us in a variety of ways. It could be because I know an author is working on something. It could be through a literary agent. It could be because writers directly pitched something to us.
Right.
And at that point, that's where I look at what they've sent. If they have,
Interrupt you here? And so a lot of what we publish, especially in our non-fiction list, is very topical and is very relevant. So very often when we look at having a very balanced list, our aim is to make sure that we are covering all grounds. So if there is something which is election driven, our whole publishing focused during the election period would be around having a lot of books that tell you how to vote, who to vote for. There would be books that, that would be covering an event. So say for instance, the Olympics is next year. We're already looking at books that would feature sports people, sports biographies, Olympics, which is the past Olympics books that we've published would get a new face. We'll try and do a lot around that. So a lot of our publishing revolves around what is very topical and necessary. So what Rahul would go about doing as well as a commissioning editor is identifying these trends and making sure that our list takes care of covering these books that are relevant and making sure that our current affairs list is very relevant as well.
I mean, I clarify there that that's what commissioning editors in general would do. It's not precisely what I do, since I handle largely literary fiction and translations. So I deal more with, rather than actually go out and suggest to authors, okay, this is happening in the world right now, why don't you write a book about it? My work's sort of different in that sense, because I deal with what comes to me, or if I know there's an existing text in a different language in India that would work great if translated into English. I could go out and chase that, find a translator for it.
So our publishing list is very, very diverse. Rahul takes care of the fiction aspect of it. He's looking primarily into literary fiction, which is writing which is assessed for the quality of the prose, the uniqueness of the subject. But we also do a lot of commercial fiction, which is out and out romance, thrillers, fantasy. We also do a big range of business books and political books. We do memoirs. We have a very, very young but vibrant children's list. We also publish into graphic novels.
We do, yeah. And poetry.
And poetry. And we also have a small but strong design imprint that we publish into. So that would be illustrated books that we work on, coffee table and illustrated books.
Right,
So,
Bonita, I think I have a question here.
Yes.
When it comes to the illustrative, or let's say the picture kind of books,
right?
Is it kind of do they have a real author who comes up with a storyline?
For the illustrated books, I think we would. It depends on what kind of book we're looking at, but if it's a photo book, it would be led by the photographer. So the photographer comes up to us with a concept, and we see that it's a really interesting idea to present to the market. And for instance, we had a very interesting proposal that came to us from someone called Peter Boss, who is he's a Dutch photographer, and he studied the cognacs of Nagaland, and he shot them very well. And he had a co-author who wrote the text alongside, and it was a really strong book. Simply because of the visuals, because I think there is an interest in the West as well for tribal culture and the documentation of tribal culture. So and the book was called The Last of the Cognac. So this could have been this was an idea that he was already working on, and he pitched it to us. We didn't eventually publish the book. The book was published by another publishing house, but it's a book that we would have loved to have on our list as well.
Because I mean, if I'm an author and if I want to publish through a publisher, we all know that we have to submit a manuscript.
Right.
But when you talk about this picture part,
right,
a photographer, what would they actually
Well,
show
they
it to
can
you?
send us a concept about the book if they're working on something which they have an idea on, but they don't have the entire photography, or they don't have the entire book concept in place. But they can even send us a proposal saying that this is the plan for it, and they intend shooting over a period of time, and so we can slate the book for later in the year. But if it's a great idea, we'd love to support the project. For a lot of the illustrated books, I don't think they make a lot of money because they're very high value books and our print runs are very small. So for these books, we would also rely on some kind of sponsorships and collaborations, and we do manage to get them in.
Right, that's good. Well, I think I'll ask Rahul about the same thing, but since it's, I think mostly that comes to you, like authors who actually have got, contents to show it to you. So if you have to advise the, budding authors, I'm sure we have some here, what would you kind of, say to them if they want to approach a kind of, publication house like Penguin to publish a book?
Or HarperCollins, for instance.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
Let's say try and get an agent first. That just ensures that as a writer you are taken care of and your interests are taken care of. A lot of writers are not aware of things like contracts and the legalities of what they're getting into. So just so that they know. In terms of what to send to a publisher, I would say it's the usual thing, right? You write a detailed synopsis of what the book is about, send us some sample chapters. The critical thing is to have a large sample of writing. At least the way I go about it, I do like to look at a large sample of the writing itself rather than any.
And this is mostly for fiction. For fiction, it's always good to have the entire manuscript in hand because you know what you're publishing into. But for non-fiction, very often when we commission a book and it's presented at our acquisitions meeting, it's at an idea stage. So the book is not written at all. But the book, we know it would definitely have, it is a viable project to get into.
And it's often by writers who have
some
track
kind
record
of some kind of
writing.
credibility of writing into that space. So I think these two broad distinctions between how we publish into fiction and how we publish into non-fiction also there. I think fiction happens over a longer period of time, and I think coming back to the journey of a book, typically a book takes around 12 months to publish, anywhere between 9 to 12 months. Fiction goes through a longer process because you're working with the editor, improvising the manuscript, working with, giving them ideas, structural changes. You don't have so much of that control over non-fiction because it's mostly factual information, right? So I think
I'd say, again, depends on the kind of non-fiction.
True.
My favorite answer for everything is it depends.
Sorry for the interruption again, guys, but could you please maybe speak closer to the mic because the audience in the back are having...
closer to the mic?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So, where was I?
Your answer to most questions would be, it depends.
Right, so it depends on the kind of non-fiction manuscript it is. There's narrative non-fiction, which again, the writing itself plays a very strong role in the effect of the book, rather than just a collection of facts.
Right.
So yeah, just an interruption there, sorry.
Yes, that's true. So even within fiction and non-fiction, there's the literary fiction and then there is the commercial fiction. So for commercial fiction, a lot of it would be around mind, body, spirit, lifestyle, entertainment, and I think the narrative non-fiction would be mostly like books like
Mostly, I don't know, my preferences tend to run towards travel or
my
history.
favorite narrative non-fiction, again a book that you would be able to relate to, is The Farthest Field, which was written by Raghu Karnad. And his research, and the book is set around World War II and how the Japanese forces were in Manipur and Nagaland, and his great uncles fought the war.
Yeah.
So I think, and for that book, it was a really strong story, and it's a documentation of World War II. But the prose itself is, for me, when I read it, it was so overwhelming. Every sentence was so pretty. Every sentence was so loaded. So yes, I mean, even in non-fiction, I think the quality of the writing matters a lot. And Raghu Karnad went on to win the Wyndham Campbell Award, which is one of the most prestigious awards.
Among others, yeah.
Among others, yes.
Quite interesting indeed.
Prestigious because it's the biggest prize money, right?
But I think next I'll come to you, Bonita, because we are talking about the photographer's kind of work and everything.
Right.
And since you are also a designer of book,
Yes.
and we have. I have seen some really interesting designs that you have created, I think.
Right.
Yeah. And
Okay.
we have a laptop where you can show, and I think you
Yes,
can go
I
through
think
it for
there's
some.
a slideshow which I'd like to run you through, because the work that I do is very visual, so it makes little sense for me to talk about it without having something to show you in front of, show you alongside. So Harry Potter, for me this was a very interesting, I'd like to talk about Harry Potter because this book was over 20 years back, and I was still a student in Ahmedabad, and Crossword was one of the bookstores that we used to hang out in. And we very rarely bought books because as students we were on very tight budgets. But when Harry Potter was released, it had very good display at Crossword. It's just a book that stood out to me for its cover, and it had all the elements right. I was an 18-year-old, so a young adult. It had Hogwarts Express. It had this little boy had a lightning bolt on his forehead. It had Platform 934. It was enough for me to pick up the book and say that this is something that is intriguing and that I want to read. So it was one of the first books that I actually bought as a student on my own pocket money. And I feel like a lot of people bought the book just because they got the packaging right. So I see I see so much of relevance in how you position a book, and because it's the first conversation that you have with your potential reader. The first conversation that you have, the first communication that you have is through the visual presentation of the book. So what you're saying on the cover is speaking to an audience, and you need to be able to speak to the right audience. So for instance, this kind of book may not have appealed to someone who was looking for, say for instance, looking to read a business book, or looking to read a book on how to become a CEO. So it's important to understand who you're publishing for, and especially since we publish over 200 books a year, and our range of books that we publish into is very, very diverse. It's important for me to know as a designer, and for the team to know who we're targeting, and to get that concept right from the very beginning, so that we have our messaging in terms of the visual content out there loud and clear. And how you want to go about that is also the questions that we ask along the way. So we have a whole design process that we follow, and we come to that. But I think we should speak on a more broader level before we go into the focused aspect of cover design, which we can come back to.
And we can, positioning is possibly something we could come to, right? Which is something,
Yes.
again, so going back to...
I think we should talk about an acquisitions
precisely.
meeting and how we acquire books, and who all are present at that meeting, and who all are involved in the decision making for what we actually publish.
So, okay, let's say a manuscript has come to a commissioning editor. It's made it past the first round, which is the commissioning editor reads it, loves it, decides it's something we need to try and publish. The next step is what we call an acquisitions meeting, where the editor presents the book to his colleagues. And these would include colleagues from sales and marketing, which are very important, and also other editorial team
It's instrumental
members
to have
and art.
sales and marketing, sorry to interrupt, on board, because they actually have to be convinced about what you're publishing, because they're the ones who are going to sell the books. They're the ones who are going to determine the print run for the book. And for marketing, because they need to put all their might into the book. So we publish so many
the
books.
price point.
Sorry?
And at that point, we also see what price point
Exactly.
we can
You
look at.
also determine the price point. I also attend the meetings because decisions regarding formats and how we want to print into, like what size of the book that we are looking at. One of the very crucial decisions that we make at that stage, which is kind of written in stone when we acquire a book, is if we're going to publish into a hardback format or a paperback format. And do you want to talk about how we publish into hardback and paperback? And why we choose to publish into hardback and paperback?
Oh goodness, that's a difficult question.
Pricing again is a lot to
Pricing
do
is
with
crucial,
it.
of course, as is
Yes.
production cost, but a lot of literary, I mean, there's a sense of prestige associated with being published in hardback, and for literary fiction, that is crucial, and a lot of
Yes.
literary fiction does get published
And
as
you'd
hardback.
see a lot of the books that you sell in your bookstore, a lot of the high value writing is published in the hardback format first. We would choose to take it to a paperback format within a year or so. And so the book would have a second life when you bring it out in a paperback format with a different jacket. Or if the jacket did very well and it's an iconic jacket, we would stick with it. But yes, decisions on what we want to publish into. So coming back to, since Rahul handles the literary fiction, I'll talk a bit about the commercial fiction. So for commercial fiction, we want to make the books accessible. It's very important for us to get that price point right. And a lot of the commercial fiction authors who publish with us very concerned about what price the book is going to be sold at. So they want to make it under 199. So it should be under 200. So you want to keep all costs low.
And a critical factor is, of course, also print run,
and
which
the
is
print run,
larger
yes.
for commercial
Yes.
titles
Print runs
than
are larger
literary
for commercial titles. So when you have a larger print run, you end up breaking even because a large aspect of the cost for printing a book would also be plate making. So offset printing is expensive. So there's that sweet point where you publish over 5,000 copies and you've kind of covered your basic costs. The rest of the bulk of the cost would be paper itself, and then binding. So hardback binding is almost 25% more expensive than paperback binding. So all these factors really make you want to assess how you want to price your book, and where the positioning of the book would also start with the format that you're selling and that you're publishing into.
And yeah, and then of course the positioning also determines what kind of cover we will be looking at for it, and
So-
that leads nicely
Correct.
back
So
into
that's another thing that we talk about when we acquire a book is positioning, and we have to identify who the audience is, what they're looking for, other competitive titles. So we need to know what all is published out there, so we need to know what we're doing differently. And if we're just cashing in on an existing trend or we're creating a new market for ourselves, all of these questions are very critical to how we go about acquiring books. And since we do very many kinds of books, we need to make sure that across the board we have a good mix of books. So our books would range from having the literary titles, which would be the ones that get the publishing house a lot of prestige and recognition because
Get
of
awards,
because
lists
a lot
and
of them
stuff.
go on to win awards.
Yeah.
And yes, we have award-winning authors sitting
Yeah.
here in the audience as well today.
And yeah, and the commercial titles and the non-fiction especially is the one that carries the bulk of or is responsible for making possible all the other kinds of publishing that we do, because
Yes.
the reading market in India is heavily biased towards non-fiction.
Is heavily biased towards non-fiction, and the fiction market in India is heavily biased towards commercial. So we've been on a spree of acquiring a lot of commercial fiction biggies right now. So we have Ravinder Singh on board, we have Nikita Singh as well, we have Anuja Chauhan. They're some of our big ticket commercial fiction authors. And yeah.
And towards the non-fiction we have, of course, Raghuram Rajan, and
So
in the non-fiction we have our Raghuram Rajans.
Oh
and
yes, we have our Raghuram
Karnats
Rajans,
and
which
Rohini Mohans.
And Rahul, I think since you are the commissioning editor, probably it would be interesting to know more in depth about the editing process, what goes in there.
Sorry,
The editing process?
The editing process, yes.
Yeah. Again, it depends. So, right. So it's actually like well, I'm trying
So
not to say
I
it
think-
depends again, but yeah.
I think
So
the
it depends on the
editing
state
process-
of the manuscript that has come
Yeah.
in to you, what kind of work it requires, and that could be anything from a complete rewrite because of language, and we're publishing it not because it's great literature, but for other reasons. And that could require a full-scale rewrite. You have the content from the author, but you need a copy editor who will do the rest and make it a readable final product. And on the other end of the scale is, of course, stuff that you can put directly into proofs and just fiddle with commas and correct spellings. In the middle is this whole spectrum where you're going through a process of, say, the structure isn't working. This chapter needs, what is chapter 2 needs to become chapter 4 for this to make sense. Or there is a character who suddenly pops up in the second half of the book and is very prominent. But they have no build-up at all in the first half, or not even a mention. So it's all those things that you talk about with the author, and ultimately, for me at least, I believe it's the author's work, so everything you do to the text needs to have their okay. And so it's a constant process of conversation with the author, getting them to rework what you need them to add to or reduce, and then it gets into the actual line-by-line language editing or copy editing, as we say, which is where you just work on making the sentences good. And once that is done, once the author has also said, okay, this is fine, that's when we send it into typesetting. The book is laid out, again, in consultation with art as to, okay, what sort of fonts will look good for this, what's the spacing that we need to give, should we start a chapter on a new page, all of that. And once it's done, we have a PDF, and that's what we use to proofread on. It goes out to a proofreader, it goes to the author, and they come back with their very, very final changes to make the file that will go to press.
So that's on the editorial front, simultaneous to the editorial process and the editing that Rahul and the copy editors would be taking care of. The cover is very crucial for us, and we start working on the cover from that stage where the cover brief comes to us from the editor of the book, because the editor of the book knows the book really well. He understands the finer nuances of the text and the writing. So he would put together a brief, and I have a slide which kind of tells you what a typical cover brief would look like. It would have fixed elements that you'd have on every cover. You'd have a title, you'd have a subtitle, and a subtitle is basically, your title can be a little more clever and catchy, and your subtitle will be more descriptive and to the point, so it'll tell you precisely what you're getting from this book. You don't need to have a subtitle for a fiction title, but it's important for non-fiction because the concepts that you're covering. You would definitely have the author name. You would have the imprint that you're publishing into. The format, like I said, you would know if you're publishing into hardback and paperback. And there are these certain industry standard sizes that we use. There's the A format and B format and Demi and Royal. And these different sizes are basically, the A format is the smallest size. You'd use it for a lot of quick reads, short manuscripts, your Mills and Boons. Romance is printed under A format, and typically A format paperback. Your B is again the very commercial stuff, so again romance, crime, thrillers, mostly fiction gets published into B format, which is a little larger than A format. And we do publish paperback for romance as well. And then you have your Demi and Royal, which are larger formats, and they're formats which kind of say, I'm a book to be taken seriously. And especially if we do a Demi format or a Royal format, we would end up doing it in a hardback, typically, because we would do our big ticket memoirs, like if we were to do a Raghuram Rajan memoir, or if we were to have, say for instance,
the Rishi Kapoor book.
Yes, a Rishi Kapoor book. So, we did a Lisa Ray book. Or even Michelle Obama's Becoming is a Royal format. So it says to you clearly from the positioning of the book or from the size of the book that I'm a book to be taken seriously, pick me up. Whereas in the other formats where you look at the B formats, which is commercial, you know that this is it's an accessible book, A, for the price point, and because you know what you're getting simply because of the kind of cover and the packaging as well. So it's a quick read. I could say that it's almost like a no-brainer, but sometimes you're just looking for a breezy read to accompany you on your train ride or your metro ride. So it's a book that you typically be able to finish over an hour or two. So choices about format would come from there. Going back to the cover brief, we would always have the author's ideas on board. It's very important for us to know if the author has a certain vision for the book and a certain imagery that he or she relates to, which the editor of the book could have missed. For fiction, it's very important to read the book because you'd get a certain sense of the tone of the writing, which you won't always get from a summary of the book. For non-fiction, just to have a summary note is a good enough idea for you to get you started on your cover concept. So I'm going to take an example of a fiction title which is soon to be published, and it's one of our most anticipated books, which will be out in November. So the cover brief, which comes from the publisher, the editor, gives us the 40 Rules of Love as an example. You know that it's a book which is good quality writing, but on the cover itself, it tells you very clearly that this is going to be a romance because you have two people on the cover. You kind of know that the elements that they've used on the cover they've used in Islamic pattern, so you know that it has some Persian context to it. The book is about Rumi and the author of this book who's written 40 Rules of Love, inspired by Rumi. And the other cover reference that the authors, I don't know if this is very visible on the screen out there. It's not really visible. Sorry? Okay, so this one is just one of the pages which has a lot on it, so it won't be visible. Apologies for that. So Jojo Moyes is a very well-known author. So again, this is kind of like a publishing trope where when you have a well-known author, you would carry the author's name large, and you would have the title in a standard format which follows kind of like a templated look, and the rest of the visual elements are supporting elements. It does not have to try very hard to sell. So the cover is selling on the basis of the author's name. So we were working with debut author Rehana Monir, and it's a very interesting book because it's autobiographical fiction. She set up a bookstore in her 20s, and it's about, and the bookstore is set in Bandra, and it's about her romantic life at that point of time. There's a love triangle, but there's a lot of Bandra and Bombay nostalgia involved.
It's very, very evocative. And it's set in the world of books,
it's set in the world of books. So it's like for all of us in publishing, it was two things that we were getting from one manuscript. It was high quality writing, but there was romance in it, and so it could work in a very commercial way as well. But the prose of the book was excellent. So we said that the cover kind of needs to be warm and welcoming. So we set out to do this cover with knowing that we wanted to have the central character of the book on the cover. So Rihanna, who's written the book, we knew that we wanted to have her on the cover somewhere. We did not want to have the male interest there. But since it was a book set in Bandra, we wanted one of the typical Bandra houses, like the Portuguese-inspired architecture. So I'll take you to some of the slides, and this is where we started from. And as a designer, when a cover brief comes to us, we have to figure out, is our messaging clear? So we know that we want to have the woman on the cover, we know that we want to have Bandra elements, Bombay elements on the cover, maybe a little bit of Art Deco that comes from the typography. But this is kind of like the evolution of the cover where,
You'll also notice that this is a debut book, so it's the title that gets prominence over here rather than the author's name.
Right. So since its debut, we've taken the liberty of having the title up there. It's also a very romantic title. It's a song that she's written about in the book. It's called Paper Moon. And there's a lot of Bandra happening. So we started out on this trend where we wanted to have the girl at the central figure of the character of the book cover. But we knew that we were just not getting it right and it was not going anywhere. So we tried to add more romantic elements. We changed the color palette from red to blue. We changed the fonts to make them look more Art Deco. One of the other characters in the book that she was very keen on having on the front cover is the coconut seller, because when she started the bookstore, she had the coconut seller at the store opening, and they serve nariyal pani. So it's one of the things that actually happened in reality, and it's one of the things that she said was very sweet for us to have in the book as well. So we added him to the cover, and we were just not convinced that he should be there because he was kind of like this disturbing element. So the author has ideas for the book, but they're just not able to tell you what exactly they want. So it's really up to the designer to take in all the ideas and take in all the elements that are close to the author's writing and find a way to make it work. So in the next slide, what we did is we changed the look of it completely, and we went for a very softer color palette, and we decided, is it visible now? Can you see the covers now? So we decided to change the look of it completely, make it a more warm, friendly cover, and still have the character there. We changed the way the Paper Moon features. It's still signage, but then it's signage which has taken the back seat. We did not have the coconut seller on the cover, but we wanted to have that element of the coconut in, so we had an empty coconut shell which is lying around like garbage, which is typically Bombay again because it's covered with garbage. We also had street cats added to the cover, so there's one taking a nap right outside the door of the bookstore. And this is the complete cover. It's going to be out in November. I would recommend you read it. It's a great story. And Ishmael, who is so instrumental to this book as well, and he's this most enduring character because he sold coconuts, but in spirit he was up for so much more. He even ran the bookstore. And so she said, if you could find a way to have him on the cover. And she gave me a photograph of his, and she said, he is not a coconut seller on a cart, he has a bike, he's very cool. So we had this bike and we had this coconuts. We had Ishmael selling his coconuts on the back. So the cover comes together in totality for me. Okay. So, do you want me to talk about this?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, this is, okay, so this is a completely different thing, right? We were talking about how to go about doing covers for fiction, and these are now iconic non-fiction titles.
This is non-fiction, but
covers.
also to be very specific about what non-fiction this is self-help, and it's a very unusual title for a self-help book, and the title of the book is just what the book is. It's the subtle art of not giving an F, and the title is loud and clear. So we wanted to make the cover as well equally direct, and we had the luxury of working with a very strong title. So what we needed is just a very strong color palette and a strong choice of typography. And please read the book if you haven't read the book. It's one of my favorites. The premise of the book is, in life you have a finite number of Fs to give, so you need to choose them wisely. And he'll give you, it's very anecdotal, he'll tell you what are the things that you should prioritize via many of the stories that he's covered and he's written about. A lot of us don't know that there was a fifth Beatle. So we all know the Beatles, the pop band, the Beatles, and there were 4 Beatles, and there was a fifth one who got fired from the band overnight. So it's full with, it's rife with very interesting stories, but it also kind of tells you to take a step back and look at your own life and, you know, how to prioritize it. So it's a self-help book, but in a very different space. So if you go to a bookstore and you see all the self-help books out there, you'd know that this one stands out. It's very clutter-breaking because it's just very in your face. A, via the title, and B, via the strong use of typography and color. And that's the sequel to the book, which I haven't read, so I can't promote. It's Everything is Fucked, and it's a book about hope. But we decided again to follow the same color, same scheme. And you know, when it's an author who's established, and Mark Manson is, you would want to leave all the elements the same. You don't want to mess around with something which is tried and tested.
How are we doing for time?
Yeah, I think we have covered a lot. If anyone from the audience want to ask anything, we have a question there. Nimi, we have a question there.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for organizing this. I really appreciate it. It's been lucky for me today. I basically run my own firm. It's on self-development. I basically train students and we organize events like that. It's been almost 5 years for me trying to write a book. I have been trying to write a book. So it's a new experience for me. At the same time, I did work on the framework, say about the 20 chapters that I'm going to have and the kind of topics they're going to be, subtopics going to be. Me being new in this platform, when it comes to like the one you shared in between, what's after the next? What should I put? What's the next content be after the next chapter? Coming out, how do so the kind of thing that I want to get is, how do I go about being a writer? Can you help me out? Basically, if you can mentor me on that, there will be a lot of help to actually go about how do I basically write a book on that, because it's quite new to me also. The framework, the whole process, you know.
Okay, just to sum up, it's how do you go about writing, now that you have a framework, how do you go about it?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, when you decided you're going to write this book, you'd have had other examples in mind, the stuff that you've read that you think
Yes, I do, yes.
you might want to emulate, or I would say the process begins there. Most writers, I think, begin by emulating books that they have admired or thought that they want to do something similar. So that's always a good first step, I would say. Pick a model and try to go about writing it in that way. You will have to do many drafts, things will change, you will learn many things as you write. But yeah, the trick is to keep on writing and keep doing it regularly, keep doing it consciously, I think. It's not like, I mean, people can write every day and not learn from what they've done, and they can keep writing bad stuff every day. The key is to be conscious of what you're doing, how things are working, and then improve constantly. And the good part is, of course, that you have a structure in place. What you need to do is fill it in. You have your experiences that you will be writing about. So, yeah, I would just say read more and keep writing. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And with regard to the forwarding part, you know, for example, if I want to reach someone out.
Sorry?
Say, for example, in my cover, let's say I want somebody to forward it, my book, somebody forward about it. So how do I go about reaching out to people, for example, who are, successful, or mentors that I want to reach out to, who I want them to forward my book? How do I go about doing that? Say, for example, I want to reach out to Robert Kiyosaki, in my book. How do I go about doing that? How do I reach out to people like that?
I think that comes later. If I understood correctly, it's you want someone to write a foreword for your book.
Yes.
So I think that's like putting the cart before the horse right now. What you should be looking at right now is finishing the book. You need to be able to, before you approach someone, you need to be able to send them something and say, okay, this is a book I'm hoping you will read and like, and maybe write a few words in support of. But you need to have that book first.
Okay.
So finish a draft or two.
And also the foreword is something that the publisher can help you find a good person to help you write the foreword, to write the foreword for you. So once you submit the manuscript, it could be a conversation that you have with your editor.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience, please?
Hi Rahul, hi Bonita, nice to have you here finally. Okay, one question for each one of you. With Rahul, because it's something that I stumbled upon, you are closely associated with the Sangam Residential program. So, yes, you have been associated. So if you can just share, what it is about, because I think a lot of people out here, this side of the country, do not know much about the Sangam Residency, program.
Okay.
So if you can speak a little bit about that. And Bonita, because, and we were discussing about it earlier also. Now, in terms of the kind of the visual medium that everybody uses, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and of course, I myself am a bookstagrammer, so, and the blogs are there. So
Right.
when it comes to designing, the book cover, is it only about the aesthetics of the book design? Yes, you took us through the steps about, how the picture,
Right.
the paper moon process was followed.
Yeah.
But also, there was a phase in the book publishing industry where a lot of covers were looking similar. Like the Bear and the Nightingale format was being used by every other publishing house. So how do you stay clear? How do you have a unique voice?
Yeah.
It's something that I feel would be interesting for me also, but for people out here also, just to have a basic idea. So if you can,
I think a lot of how you go about design, do you want to answer first? A lot of how you want to go about designing a cover would stem from the content of the book itself, and very often the content is what would drive you to get that cover. And I think what you're referring to is a lot of covers looking the same is because there are so many publishers out there are so many writers, and there's so many books out there. The themes are overlapping very often. We use the same stock agency, so you're likely to find similar kind of imagery. But for us as a larger publishing house, we try to create visuals of our own. Since you mentioned Instagram, I have to tell you about this one particular, can I get this? One particular book that we did, which was edited by Namita Gokhale, was on the Himalayan arc, and it had essays from writers from the east of the Himalayas. So it's basically Myanmar, Nepal, all the northeastern states. And it was very interesting because we knew that we didn't want to use a stereotypical image of the Himalayas, and we wanted to use one of the lesser photographed places. And we just chanced upon this image on Instagram by a Manipuri photographer who happens to be my neighbor down in Dula land. I didn't know him at all. It came across to me via some repost, and I said, oh, hey, this is a very interesting image. And I got in touch with him. He's an awesome photographer. His name is Gautam Raj Thwadam, and we ended up using his picture. I think it's one of the it's one of the paddy step farms in Ukhrul, in the Ukhrul area, and it made for a very, very vibrant cover. So, I think what we need to do, and sometimes we get lucky with it. So our, chancing upon Raj's work on Instagram was great for us. The book did very well, and it's got some very solid writing as well. And just having a cover which was unique and which wasn't the Himalayas as all of us know it and see it, I think that worked for me in terms of making that particular book clutter breaking.
Okay, and the Sangam House residency. So Well, the Sangam House residency is a writer's residency, and it's designed to give writers time and space to be able to work on something in solitude, without interruption, without having to deal with life for a while. And it's one of the very few, I mean, writers' residencies and programs like this are very common in the US or in Europe, but there's very few of them in India. And the Sangam House is one of the really early ones. It's based in Bangalore now. It started out being based in Pondicherry, and every year it runs for about 3 months, and we choose from a pool of applicants who all get time of about 4 weeks to work on. It was and what the advantages of this are, of course, that it's like you're a guest in a house, right? And all the other guests are also writers. You're surrounded by people who are only working on their own writing and who have taken writing seriously. So it's conducive to conversations. It's also just conducive to writing in the sense that you see other people doing what you are also supposed to be doing, and that eggs you on in ways that you can't imagine. And you don't have to cook. That is a big one. So you apply for this. There's every year, it's now in its 12th year, and it runs usually from November through to January. It has a website called www.sangamhouse.org, and applications open around April. So keep a lookout if you want to spend some time, of some focused time working on your writing. This is not a mentorship program. Let me be very clear about that. It's just facilitating some quiet time to be able to work on your stuff.
Wonderful indeed. Yeah. Well, I think how we have come to the end of this session. It was quite interesting. I'm sure many of the audience present here might have kind of got lots of insights, and I think must have opened a new perspective about how much it takes in making a book. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Bonita. And we hope to see you again next year.
And thank you for organizing this festival and putting your might behind this. I know it's a lot of effort to organize a festival like this. So great job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonita Bas Chimre and Rahul Soni. We will continue with our next session. Our next session is on publishing, and we have Trisha Diniyogi, Ravi Singh, Priti Gill, and Vishu Rita Krocha. And our moderator will be Rakesh Konjingbam. Also, can we have another chair on the stage, please? Again, our guest speakers for our next session are Trisha Dinayogi, Ravi Singh, Preeti Gill, and Vishu Rita Krocha. Can we please have a warm welcome for them on stage? Trisha Dinayogi is currently the COO of Niyogi Books. She not only spearheaded the launch of 3 new imprints under the Niyogi Books banner, but has also been the force behind setting up a signature bookstore for Niyogi Books in Kolkata, the first of its kind in India. She began her career in publishing with Sage Publications and has come a long way since then. During her years of education, she has also worked in various projects in product development, marketing and advertising with several multinationals including PepsiCo, Toshiba, EY and Tesco Trent. Ravi Singh is publisher and co-founder, Speaking Tigers Books, an independent publishing company based in Delhi. Before this, he was publisher and editor-in-chief with Penguin Books India and co-publisher with Aleph Book Company since 1994. He has worked with many of the finest authors writing from or about South Asia. Looks like Mr. Ravi has lots of fans in the house. Preeti Gill. She is an independent editor and literary agent who has been part of the publishing industry for more than 20 years. She was commissioning editor for fiction at Kali for Women and Zuban and rights director at Zuban. While at Zuban, she was responsible for building up an eclectic list of women writers from the northeast region of India and curating an annual festival of literature and culture called Cultures of Peace. She has worked extensively on issues of conflict and women in the northeast of India and has edited a volume of essays on the region called The Peripheral Center, Voices from India's Northeast. She is co-editor, along with Sanjoy Hazarika, of Bearing Witness, a report on the impact of conflict on women in Nagaland and Assam, and also co-editor of Shadow Lives, Widowhood in India. Her new books include She Stoops to Kill, Stories of Crime and Passion, which was published in 2019, which is an edited anthology of murder stories by women writers and insider-outsider. Belonging and Unbelonging in Northeast India, edited along with Samrat Chowdhury. Her writing has appeared in a number of prestigious journals and anthologies like the recent 1984 In Memory and Imagination, edited by Vikram Kapoor. She has worked on a number of documentaries as scriptwriter and researcher, the latest being Rambuai, Mizoram's Troubled Years, which she has co-produced along with Sanjoy Hazarika. She is founder of Majha House, a literary and cultural space set up in the family home in Amritsar in March 2018, which hosts literary festivals and book-related events. Vishu Rita Crocha is a poet, author, and founder of Penthrill Publication House. Her first book, which she co-authored with her sister Agnes, titled Echoes of Spring, was published in the year 2008. She is also the author of A Bucket of Rain, Yearnings, which are poetry, and Shoposha, a Naga folktale children's book, and also co-authored Four Shades. The Chakisangs, A Window to Phek District, and Raconteurs from the Hills. A journalist by profession, she previously worked as a newspaper columnist and correspondent for Eastern Mirror, a Nagaland-based English daily, for over 5 years, and has written for several newspapers and magazines. She also currently writes for the Morung Express, East Mojo, and occasionally contributes to the Indian Express. I wish you all a good session.
Thank you, Nimi, and once again, welcome back to this session on publishing. And I think, have got a lineup of really powerful personalities here with lots of fan following. So I think I will start with a very general topic on the whole process of publishing. Can I just hand over to Rabi to just give us a glimpse about the whole publishing business?
Well, I think let it emerge, I would think, from the conversation we have. In general terms, basically publishing, people write books, we publish them, and hope that lots of people will buy them. And also just to say, I think, I may be wrong, is that most of us here will be talking about English language publishing in India because that is what we do, and that may be the most visible part of the publishing industry in India, but actually it is a very small part. The realities of English language publishing may not necessarily apply, all of those may not apply to publishing in other languages. So I don't know how much of that we'll be able to address because our experiences are, as I said, limited to English language publishing. Unless I'm wrong. Yours also? Primarily English publishing? What you do? Sorry? In English, yes. So that's kind of the only thing that I would say at this moment is that while we can discuss all of that, there is that limitation. Apart from that, I think let's see. What emerges, and then we'll talk about the specifics of publishing.
So I'll come to Rita then. So Rita, being a publisher from the Northeast region, what do you think is the I would say the crux of the publishing industry in this region?
I can't speak on behalf of all the states of Northeast, but as far as Nagaland state is concerned, publishing I think is a relatively new concept, but despite its late entry, I think it has picked up well. And in my experience of publishing books in the last few years, I have also come across many writers who are keen on getting their books published. And I'm also proud to say that the youngest author that we published was just 10 years old when we first brought out her book in the year 2017. Earlier this year, we also published her second book. It's a science fiction book, and I am told that she's already into her third book, which is really an encouragement for the writers community in Nagaland as well. And so I have also observed that it was just the lack of platform that many writers have kept their works from, sharing it with the world outside. So in our very small way, we are also trying to discover talents and writers and bringing out their books. We have so far published 24 books. I know books are very slow, like it sells very slow, but it's been very rewarding, like over the past few years.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Then let me come to Teresa. Then Teresa, I think Niyogi books also deals in translation. Yeah. So can you just say about like how is it like in that specific area?
Yeah, so first of all, most of us, I know I've worked with Preeti, and Ravi sir also works very deeply in translations as well. So I think I'll start with it, and then I think they can add on a lot more to it. To begin with, so last couple of months, I've been digging into the theories of translation. I'm not going to dig into it today, but I found a very important text, a little 4 cardinal rules of translation. I'm starting with it now so that I can go on to the role of publisher in it. So the formulation of the theory of translation goes to a French humanist, Dolay, who simplistically put down 5 cardinal principles for the translator. The translator must fully understand the sense and meaning of the original author. Second point, the translator should have a perfect knowledge of both source language and target language. Third, the translator should avoid word-to-word renderings. Fourth, the translator should use forms of speech in common use. The translator should choose and order words appropriately to produce the correct tone. Now, today we are in a time when we need to translate or die, in the sense that even though we are in a globalized society and we are all coming together, we now understand a much more of what others talk about. But coming to here, I realized I don't know anything about the language here. So I felt I want to read more of the Manipuri literature. But if I can't read your language, but I want to read your literature, that is where I feel translations can give me that knowledge about the entire thing. So in this world, we need to translate books of all kinds, be it fiction, be it non-fiction, be it illustrated books that also we publish, children's book. We need translation for all generations, for all kind of people that we, in this kind of world. And fortunately, there is a revival of translation activities in our country as well as the rest of the world. But I think I will add to it a little later after I think Preeti or Ravi can talk about it. And then in the due course of time, we'll add something to it.
Okay, yeah, Preeti, I think I'll come to you for one specific topic or area. I think what I'm going to ask you is a really important part of the publishing, business, the literary agents. So, would you want to elaborate on the challenges, the importance and benefit and everything?
Yeah, the literary agent. I think it's a new beast completely. Nobody really knows what the literary agent is supposed to do. In India, it's completely a new beast, like I said. So you don't know what are the good points and what are the not so good points about getting yourself a literary agent. And even now, I think maybe they're just about 10 or maybe even less. Yeah, less than that in the country. And I really don't know whether there is anybody who's looking at writing from the different regional languages in the country. I know that somebody did start, Vinuta did start, but I don't know how that's going because translation activity being as difficult as it is, I don't know how that is faring. But even in English, the main thing about being a literary agent is of course the fact that you have to be building 2 different relationships. One is with the publisher and the other is with the writer that you are representing. The publisher, yes, of course, because they must trust you and they must trust your judgment. They must have confidence in the kind of books that you are going to be showing to them. So you need to act as a filter often, wherein when you get a book from an aspiring writer who wants to get published, you first have to decide whether you think that the book is worth being put out there, because there is such a lot out there for us to read. So let's not add to the rubbish. Let's try and filter it right there. As far as I'm concerned personally, I think I'm quite spoiled because I do not take on commercial fiction mostly. What I want to look at is writing which otherwise might not get noticed. So when I think somebody said in the morning or in the previous session about stories and how some stories become more important than other stories, in my head that's not right. I think all stories deserve to be listened to, and personally the books that I take on have to appeal to me. The writers that I take on, I must be able to read them, like them, and be able to then talk to a publisher about them in a convincing manner, that this is a great book, this is a great story, hasn't been told before, maybe you should look at it. So for me, those are the things that are important. I know commerce is important, for me it's not that important. So yeah, so maybe because of my own publishing background at a feminist press earlier with Zuban and with Kali for Women, I've got spoilt because I look for those marginal voices. I look for stuff that hasn't been represented so far. So yeah, that's personally for me the way things work, even though I am a literary agent and even though I need to earn some money out of this work.
Quite interesting. But I think I'll come to Ravi then. I think this is something I kind of come across quite often, even though I'm not from a publishing background. There is a kind of phobia about the e-invasion, like e-book invasion. So how is it affecting, does it really affect the publishing business when you come to publishing like physical books?
No. At the moment, it's only increasing the total volume of sales a bit, in the sense that you have a platform which is outside of the brick and mortar bookshops. I presume you're talking about online selling, or are you talking about e-books?
I'm talking about e-versions.
E-versions, okay. So fine, e-books too, you know, in the mature publishing markets, by which we mean the US, UK, etc., e-book sales were, initially there was great euphoria that, you know, these will, there was some fear, but essentially euphoria in the industry, because, you know, it doesn't matter how a book is bought, whether a physical book is bought or an e-book is bought, at the end of the day there's money coming to the publisher and also to the author. So therefore there wasn't so much fear, but there was a lot of expectation that, you know, the books will be priced slightly lower because the origination costs are lower, you know, paper, printing, etc. Won't contribute to costs. So they'll be priced a little lower, and therefore lots and lots of people will buy them. They become affordable. Also attention spans being, you know, shorter, and people don't go to the bookshops, etc., etc. So all of that, the idea was that the business will increase, and then physical books, fewer of those will be sold, and a large volume of books that would be sold would be e-versions. But that happened. Now it's been, you know, it's been about over 15 years since e-books have been around, even in those mature markets. So the total volume of sales of books, I think right now it's stabilized at about between 18 and 20% of the total book sales is e-version, e-books. The rest is still, you know, the physical book. And this has now been the case for some years. It's not rising. So I think that is as high as it will go, the sales of e-books, at least in the foreseeable future. So the physical book is still the version that sells the most. Initially, the other fear, the fear that did bother, I mean, you know, that publishers did think would happen was that hardcovers because those are priced higher, etc. You know, the sales of those will drop dramatically because of e-versions. Even that has not happened. Initially that happened, but now, you know, hardcovers are valued. So what's happened, I think, is that people, even those who read books, e-books, they will read them, and the ones that they really like, they will go out and buy them and keep them. You know? So I suppose what happens is the commercial books, which you don't really want to read twice, or you are unlikely to read twice, you would, you know, just read them online. You read the e-versions, and then you wouldn't go out and buy the physical book. So there's more space on your bookshelf for books that you really want, right? So, so personally, to me, I think it's all right. I'm not worried too much about that. You know, as I said, at the end of the day, it's business, and there's money coming in for the industry, there's money coming to the author. Because the book is not the printed thing. The book is the content, you know, it's what there is, and how you deliver it to the reader doesn't really matter that much. Of course, bookshops, Ukiyo, for instance, wouldn't be happy to hear this, but as I said, you know, I mean, the physical book is also not really threatened to the extent that we think that it is.
Right, I think I'll come to you, Rita, then. Let me just ask, in the publication business, you know, being stationed in the Northeast, which, I mean, we all know there are lots of difficulties in different fields. What are the challenges you have faced and would like to advise people who would like to come into the publication sector?
Yeah, for me, the greatest challenge would be the marketing aspect of it. You know that I'm a journalist by profession, and I know very little about marketing. So I was very drawn to the idea of writing and publishing books, but I wasn't aware of the many things that go in between, like in the making of a book. And so there were many things that I had to learn from scratch, and I am still learning with the making of every book. Our market is very limited, like it's mostly in Nagaland, like in towns of Nagaland that our books are available, and online we make it available at www.islandlaw.com. It's an e-commerce website which has been started by two Naga entrepreneurs, but they do deliver our books throughout the country, so which is a very good thing. But except that, our books are available here at the Ukiyo bookstore and few places in Northeast, but it's been a challenge, the marketing aspect. Otherwise, although it's but I have noticed, like, as we go along, the market has also been doing, the market for books has also been growing, and I think there is an increasing number of readership as well, so which is a very good thing.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Trisha,
Yeah.
like Neogi book, I think is kind of unique in the way, because like you started publishing books, but you also have your own bookstore, right? So can you just kind of give us a glimpse about the story about how Neogi is doing and how it comes doing?
Okay, so a little bit about the timelines. We also have a backward integration as printing press. We also have a printing press. We have the publishing division, and then we are based out of Delhi. But then we realized that Kolkata is a big market for books because they read a lot. And from Kolkata, a lot of Northeast gets opened up. Because to send books from Kolkata to Northeast is easier, but from Delhi it was becoming very tough, because for me the logistic price is very high. Time was a concern. Like, for example, we were trying to send some books to as near to Kolkata as Guwahati. It took us 14 days for the books to reach, and that is not fair, because I want to reach out to the readers in the Northeast region or the East region of India. So we thought that we should look for a space in Kolkata. We searched a lot, really a lot, and then we found a space at the College Street, that is the heart of the book market in Kolkata. And then we realized it's best to have a bookstore where people can come, sit, read, flip through the pages, have coffee perhaps while reading the book, and then buy the book. So whoever comes there gets a free coffee or tea or anything. They get a corner to read. You can spend 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours browsing through the book and then choose to buy the book. So we wanted to make it a cultural space also. So we have a lot of small events around books, or we like, for example, we have a heritage walk which happens around College Street, and they end at our store. And we also have a lot of books on Kolkata and all those things. So it is always a supplementary thing to their walks. So in this process, and I was also facing another problem, was to reach out to bookstores. Distribution is a concern in India today, especially when it comes to illustrated books, the bigger books. They're commonly known as comfortable books, but that's incorrectly done so. Bookstore spaces were shrinking. Amazon mechanics were not helping. So how do I reach out to my customers or my readers? So once I had a bookstore which contains all my books in it, people come in and say that we didn't even know that you had these kind of books. So it was a discovery process for a lot of readers. And fortunately, we get a lot of readers from Bangladesh, from Assam, from Patna, from Orissa, Nagaland. They all come and take books from there, sort of thing. So it has worked out well, but we are still a long way to go, and it's almost as old as UQ Bookstore. We are at around 10 months now. We're still behind UQ right now.
Right. Okay, I think I'll come to Preeti now. Preeti, I mean, you have a very long experience like in the publishing world. So can I just ask, like, if you could share how is it like to be in the publishing business? And probably I think lots of people will pick up lots of important things from your experience also.
Now it seems like a very long time ago when I was in publishing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really on the other side of the table now. So, however, of course, it helps you to have been in publishing and then to change over and sit on the other side and be trying to sell books to them. So, yes. But before going there, I thought I said that there are two relationships that one tries to build as an agent. One, of course, is with the publisher, which I talked about, but the other one is with the writer. So when a book comes, when somebody sends in a manuscript to me and I read it, there are 3 or 4 things that you do at that point, which would be to, if you think that the story is strong and it is something that you would like to represent, then if there are editing changes or structural changes or something like that which you want to suggest, or a lot of agents also have editors on their payroll who can help the writer to polish and to clean the book before it is sent out to a publisher. So that's an important part also of the job of the literary agent. And the other important job, of course, is to send it out to the right editor in the right publishing house. So often, I think first-time writers especially, they don't know where that book can, where it could be placed or which is the house that it should actually be sent to. And that is again something that out of the experience that an agent should have, you are able to suggest that this is the right publishing house for you, and maybe this is the editor that I should send it to for reading, so that the chance of it being picked up, that chance, you give it the highest chance. Other than that, of course, later if you do get an offer from there, then you negotiate on behalf of the author for the kind of offer that has come in. You often send it to 3 or 4 publishers, and then you try and see which is the best offer in terms of not only the money that is coming up front, but also the publishing house itself, the production quality, the distribution of that book, where it will be able to go. So because I was working at Zuban, so I'll just give you an example from there. We did a book which was an out-and-out commercial book, about two young people falling in love, and they were in a BPO in Delhi, and so we thought we would try and sell this book. It couldn't be done because the people that normally pick up a Zuban book or who look out for a Zuban book are totally different. So we are not able to get to the right audience for a book like that. So the agent should know where you're trying to position this book. So that's important. And then of course you look at the contracts that come in and try and do the best that you can for the writer. What was your question?
Yeah, I think you covered all. But Rabi, I think since you are heading a big business,
no, it's a small business. I was part of a big business years ago.
Okay, right. So what do you think? Like, what's your plan with Speaking Tigers? Because what I found is, Speaking Tigers seems to kind of focus on authors from the Northeast also. Is it true?
No, I mean there isn't a conscious kind of decision that we will focus on authors from the Northeast. It's just that a lot of interesting writing for some years now has been happening here. And here what I want to say is that we need to look at and because I've been a large publishing house and now we actually small, so I've seen firsthand what the strengths of each are. And what for a writer, it's important also to make the right decision. And I keep saying this not just because I'm no longer at Penguin. I think I would have said that even earlier. I think it happened earlier this morning, and it happens often when writers are talking or publishers are talking, and they give you examples. For instance, this book was done. And they say, when look at all the publishers, for example, this one. So all the names are these big multinational brands. Even our examples, and even us who don't work there any longer, authors who don't publish with them, just general readers. So I think that shift needs to happen. If you go into a bookstore like Ukiyo, for instance, some of the most interesting books will have been published by smaller publishers, like for instance by Kali, Zuban, but Speaking Tiger too. But these names also need to become brands. They've been around for a long time. They do some really good books. So I think we need to take this whole business of publishing seriously. We need to engage with books beyond just looking at a few classics or some big names. And so the whole discourse needs to change. That will be good for publishing too. I don't know how I've arrived there. It was just important for me to say this. So I'll come back to your question about Speaking Tiger, what we're trying to do. No, so the focus, even when me and my colleagues at other places like, let's say, Penguin, we did work with writers from the Northeast because actually, it's not just the language, how you use the language, it's not just the prose, that's all very important, of course, but it is the sensibility. What is the story that you're trying to tell? If you don't have a good story to tell, if the characters aren't interesting, it really, personally to me, doesn't really matter. Beautiful prose is beautiful up to a point. I can read 2 or 3 authors just for the sheer brilliance and beauty of their prose, but I need, at the end of the day, a story. I need something that, brings alive worlds powerfully. And a lot of that is happening really here. Which isn't to say it's not happening in other areas. Maybe because we are, as I said earlier, we publish in the English language, so it's easier because most writers here, many writers, let's say, not most, many writers here write in English. So we access now Kashmir. I'm sure there are people writing there too. There are interesting stories. There are interesting stories probably from Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, but we don't know about them unless they're translated, which is why translations are so important. So this really is important, that also, and smaller publishers can look at different areas, not just the Northeast. They can look at, as Preeti was saying, what you would call marginal voices. The big publishing houses are not going to do that unless that particular, what's the word for it, that particular condition becomes fashionable, right? So translations, for instance, is a good thing. They become fashionable. So therefore you see a lot of translations happening. Please do not think that it is because large publishing houses, are doing the noble thing and saying we must bring literature from languages other than English into English. That has now become important only because the market has made it possible for them to have these noble missions. It's the smaller publishers, usually, who open up new spaces, take the lead. So even as, aspiring writers and all, I would urge them, please look beyond these big brands. They may not be the best publishers for you. They may too, but at least start looking at other publishing houses, other opportunities for publishing that exist, because you have some very committed people there, like she's talking about her example. Yeah, that was something I thought, even if you didn't ask this question, I was going to say this, so I managed to say it now.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel that although I am an agent now and I'm not really commissioning as such, but because I have been in that space, I also feel that it's important for you to actually be able to mold the dialogue in many respects. So if you feel something is important at a particular time in history or, presently, or whenever you feel something is important, there's an issue that you think should be talked about, I feel that in that I would go ahead and commission a book like that. I would try and find the best writer and then make that book and then take it to a publisher. So I think that also is something that an agent could do, because you're working with both sides, and that is something that you can put yourself out. Again, as far as the writing from the Northeast is concerned and from the different states on this side, many, many years ago I had no idea, and the only person you heard about was the only person you heard about was Indira Goswami, really. And then later, of course, once the first trip that I made to Assam, and I discovered all these writers in Assam, a lot of them got translated into English, and then subsequently with Nagaland and Mizoram, Manipur, I mean, so it's also a time of discovery, and if you are attuned to it, you will find the stories that should be told. And I feel that for an editor it's important, for a publisher it's important, and so also for an agent it's important to push the borders always.
Okay, I think I will just open the house to the audience for some questions, please. Oh, we got one here. So Mike, come to.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, my question is directed to Preeti. You were publishing women's writings only. Then you said you tried commercial type of writing, then you failed. And then I saw that you had tied up with Penguin. Ravi is also there. When you had tied up with Penguin and brought out many good books. For example, yeah, Collector's Wife.
The reverberation. Sound. Echo ho raha. Hello?
Eco yam la the same view.
Hello? Hello, yeah, my question is directed to Preeti. She said Juban was publishing a certain category of writings, so the readers didn't expect some types of books. But what I saw is that you did tie up with Penguin Books when Ravi was there. Ravi, I think you were very much there. So you brought out many books, many successful books, like Mitra as a Collector's Wife. How did you do it? And is it the reason that, as you said, that certain types of readers didn't like those Is that the reason why you went into collaboration with... okay.
No, that was not the reason. What I meant by popular, out-and-out commercial fiction was something else. When I said it was basically a love story, you know, set in a BPO, which had actually nothing to do with the kind of politics possibly that Zuban and Kali used to be talking about. So it didn't fit on our list. But the collaboration with Penguin was something else, because we just felt at that point in time that we had really great books. We had really good writers, and they were not getting the kind of space, visibility and distribution that they should have got. And maybe because we were such a small house, we were not able to give our writers that. And therefore, with tying up with somebody as large as Penguin, we were able to ensure that for a certain number of books every year. So that is what it was, a collaboration. A lot of people thought that Zuban would get swallowed up by Penguin, but it did not happen. The two identities still remained separate. And that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, I don't think that collaboration is on anymore.
Any more questions from the audience, please?
It seems to me like publishing is all centered in Delhi, except of course for brave people like Rita who publish outside. How are people who are in other parts of the country supposed to get to you and be taken seriously? Because I'm sure if you email a manuscript, it probably joins one of the thousands that come in every day. So is there any way that you can, like a young writer in the Northeast can break through and make you aware that he or she is writing and, you know, has something to say?
Can I say a few words? Sorry. The eternal questioner. So, just wanted to add to what Jerry was asking. Because a lot of writing in the Northeast, some of it are in English, but a lot of it are in the languages from the Northeast. I refuse to use the term regional language for a particular reason. So, when Jerry says that what kind of platform can we build so that writers from the Northeast or young writers from the Northeast can also have a channel or a process to meet the publishers in mainland India. What about, what kind of forums or fora or platform can we work out so that translations of already written, you know, literature from the Northeast region can also reach the publishers? How do we go about that? Is it through, say, the Regional Writers Forum, or is it, I mean, how can we work out this? Because there are tons of authors here, there are tons of writings of posthumous writers even, women's writing, travelogues, opinion pieces, so much of it, and yet we don't find, you know, translated works. There was, of course, Priti, I'm familiar with you because you did an anthology on fiction and non-fiction from writings of the Northeast, but apart from that, there hasn't been much, you know, with any of the publishers around. So.
No, there has been actually, and it's increasing. I think you just need good translators. I think that's the most important thing, and that, I'm sorry to say, it's very, very difficult to find a good translation. I mean, even this book, I don't want to name it, but when I was at Zuban, I worked on it for 3 years. Ultimately, it went through 3 different people who translated it and kept sending it back, and then I was working on it like a mad person. So I think it's the, you know, the beginning of it is, I mean, this whole lost in translation business, that's what it is. We need a good translation, and the government needs to pay attention. Possibly to set up these funds, you know, to pay translators, to get good people to do translations, and also to have universities which teach this. Yeah. So, I mean, all of that is required before you'll ever get to the point where we can translate out of the many, sorry, regional, but whatever word we want to use for it, but the languages of these many states in the country. And it's a tough thing to do. So as somebody who really does want to like push this whole translation activity, I think it's very tough. The beginning being this whole activity of translation.
So, you know, just coming to the question that Jerry asked, and you, sorry, I didn't get your name. Did you say? Chitra. Okay. So before that, is about the translations. It's important, but also let's not overstate the case for that. it is very important for literatures to be available in all languages. But if you're not able to do good translation, if you're not able to find good translations, it's best not to translate or publish that book. You do a disservice to the original by publishing a bad translation, a shoddy translation. And honestly, Sahitya Academy does this. It's brilliant. They publish across languages, but they are appalling. It's best if they didn't do that. Coming to what you're saying, Jerry, I mean, it's basically the onus is on editors, like for instance, Rahul standing there. He'd said earlier that the onus is for us, commissioning editors, publishers, to go out and find. Because you can create these platforms, yes, but I mean, at the end of the day, otherwise you'll get lots of unsolicited stuff, and then that's important, but it's more productive if we go out and find. So we need to make the effort. And the platforms that you were talking about creating for writers from the Northeast or from anywhere, having access to publishers, just go to their sites, send submissions, and wait for 10 years or 2 years or 2 months, depending on your luck. But that's really the only way to do it. And then I think initiatives like this. But you're saying where they can meet publishers. It's really not necessary to meet publishers and editors. Sometimes, most of us editors, we don't want to meet and be convinced. We want to read what you have, send it to us, we'll read it, we'll get in touch. So I think just send. And if you have a phone number for somebody, actually an email rather than a phone number, don't hesitate to just send a query, say, I have this, would you like to read? Don't send two-liners. Have a detailed outline ready. Ideally, at least 3 sample chapters ready. They needn't be the final chapters. A draft manuscript is always better than sample chapters and so on and so forth. But it's, as I said, the responsibility doesn't just lie there with the writers who want to write. It's also the publishers who need to do that.
Just to add to that.
Sorry? Ravi Singh at speakingtiger.com.
We'll all give in due course of time. But just to add to his point, I think physically a publishing house may not be able to be present everywhere. And that's why we have a submissions guideline sort of thing. We request everybody to at least go through it, even if the bigger publishers are not able to see it, smaller publishers or independent publishers, most get to go about looking at all the emails or all the manuscripts which come along. And generally within 9 months or 6 months, we are able to give out a successful response. But if that's not possible, I think the best way also to go about getting your books is to find a literary agent. And that's where her role comes in. But also because there is something called scouts, book scouts, which is there available. It's present in the Europe market and the US as well, but it's not there in India. Perhaps people could actually look at it as another kind of profession as well, to actually go scout. Right now, it's Ravi sir who goes out and finds books.
Why do you keep saying sir? Preeti is Preeti. I'm Ravi sir.
Preeti ma'am, it just got sort of thing.
Sorry to monopolize, just one more thing about platforms. There is this wonderful, at least here, organization. Can I call it an organization? The Northeast Writers Forum.
Yes.
And the journal, the magazine that they produce. I think young people, old people, whoever, they need to publish more in these, because that is how some of us discovered authors like Mamang, Dhruva. Mitra had been published already, I think, by then. Vijay, so it's just, and it was just a happy accident for some of us that we were reading this issue. And then, there is this network which is important. Someone who's been published from the forum will be able to guide a young person to the right editor. Not so much a publishing house as the right editor. It's important for your work to reach an editor who has the sensibility for that kind of writing.
Rakesh, can I ask one question? Can I ask sitting down? Okay. This is actually, Trisha, I mean, Neogi has published a lot of books. I mean, one of our ex-presidents of the Northeast Writers Forum, Arup Dutta's book has been published, The Bag. You published The Bag.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want something which was asked by me a few days back in Guwahati.
suppose somebody translates a work from the, say, the original language which you don't like to use, say from Bengali or from Meitei or from Assamese to English. Who or whom and how do you decide that the translation is okay at your level, at the level of the editor? I mean, Ravi has also done a lot of translations. Speaking take over you. Trisha.
If I miss out something, he'll have to wait. The thing is that most of the time, many languages, we have a subject matter specialist, a language specialist with us. So when we get in a manuscript, when we get in a translation, we have the translated manuscript and the source manuscript as well, the source book as well. So most of the time, we go back to the language specialist. Just in case we don't have a language specialist, we start off by reading it of how it sounds, how it reads. If it reads, is it okay to read in a translated language? Like that is the recipient language. First we go through that. If it sounds okay, if it reads okay, if it has elements of the region that we are trying to, the language that we are trying to bring it from, then we go through to the author. Now what happens, many a times we have a lot of editors who know multiple languages. So most of our editors are multilingual, at least 3 languages each. So it happens they go back to the author and then start talking with them. And once that happens, then it always depends, we have to take a call on the gut feeling of how it comes across. So it's the translated language, the recipient language that we check if it contains all the material of the source language as well, the source text as well. So it's after a point of time, it's how the experience and everything that matters. And thankfully, we have very experienced editors, and we have worked with Professor Nirmal Kanti Bhattacharya, who is perhaps one of the biggest names in translation today. So in that way, we are able to take it forward. But then editing also happens by multilingual editors in our case. For example, if you do from Tamil or even Assamese or maybe Bangla or Maithili, we have editors who know more than 2 languages or 3 languages to actually read the original text and the translated text.
Well, I think we've covered lots in this session, and since we have got 2 more very prominent authors after this session, can I ask if anyone from the audience want to ask a question? I'll take that as a no. And okay, so I think just to wrap up, just some other areas that you feel should be shared at this platform from everyone, please.
I wanted to ask you, because I think small publishers and like almost one person publishing, they're always heroic and necessary, right? So, and I know this from kind of experience, is that, as you said yourself, there are very, very few bookstores or even small bookshops in much of the Northeast. And despite that, you're publishing, and then you try, online you're trying to. What is your plan, or hope at least for the future, because you will presumably continue to publish, and you would want more people to buy it. So how are you going to tackle this? Because I don't see too many bookshops emerging overnight here. So what are you going to do? And then we'll learn from you.
Yeah, so I'm learning with the experience of every new book that I'm making, and the market initially was, I feel, was poorer than it is now, but now we get exposed to more events like this, and even back home in Nagaland, like there are college institutions and learning institutions that take more interest in literary events. They organize literature fests, and all those platforms we're getting, so we get to sell our books in those events as well. And there are more cafes as well which are interested in keeping our books, yeah. So, and it may not necessarily be a bookstore, but even a jewelry store, yeah. So small markets like that, but yeah, we're slowly getting there, I think.
So that's a kind of direct selling model, which going directly to the buyer, even if you don't have, of course, I mean these cafes and jewelry stores. But are you also are you able to, for instance, just take 10 books?
Yes.
Or you or somebody else, and just go to not necessarily a school, but maybe even a neighborhood and sell. Is that a possibility? Is that happening?
Yes, of course, yeah. So there are individuals who are willing to sell books with a little commission that we give, yeah. So there are a lot of possibilities, yes.
Right, Trisa, any more things that you think would be worth sharing at this platform?
The thing is that we can go on. There's a lot of points that we can talk about. But I think we should stop so that we can start at another level, at another point of time.
No, just to take off from what you were saying, Rita, and the fact of what I'm doing now basically is having gone back to Punjab. Punjab only is fond of eating, no? Not reading, really. Very few books sell. So, yeah, trying to change that a little bit. So this place that I've started now, we have book events every Saturday, Sunday. We try and do discussions. We try and get writers to come, and we try and sell books. So even if it's only 10 books or 12 books at a time, but those 10, 12 people have started reading. They are coming to, so I think you have to constantly innovate. And when you think about it, then there are newer and newer ways which come out. So like she's saying, a jewelry store or a cafe or a whatever. I think you just have to keep pushing to see where you can do this, try and convert people to, like, they are selling that bag, buy books and don't look at Netflix and all of that. So these are all the different ways that I think we are all innovating all the time to get people to read and come, get a book.
Say is, here, the writers here, and if you know people who write, please tell them, publishers are always looking for, content, stories, fiction, non-fiction. So not to feel intimidated. Even if chances are that 99 of the 100 submissions that go to publishers will not be accepted for a variety of reasons. But please keep sending stuff, because this is where literature will be sustained by people who write. And hopefully by people who write and are able to also be critical of their own work and work at it, but so please just keep sending, don't give up. Don't think that it's difficult to get to publishers. Just try. Publishers are looking for content.
And last but not the least, thank you to UQ Bookstore. Also, they're doing quite innovative things like pop-up stores and things like that. So this is also an inspiration to publishers, that they are trying new things to get to the readers. Thank you very much for that also.
Thank you so much once again. Then I think we are through with the session, and it's quite interesting. Maybe I should just reiterate, as Preeti said, we need to get support from the government, authors. Please send your works to the publication houses. I think these two things should be something that we can take home from today's session. Thank you so much.
Please tell governments, and governments should not get into the business of publishing. They should support publishing. If governments start, being patrons and deciding what is to be published and what is not to be published, no. Just give the money and go away.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a session on publishing. I'd like to let everyone know that Preeti Gill is available for book signing for her book She Stoops to Kill. Preeti Gill is available for book signing for the book She Stoops to Kill. I'm happy to announce that this festival is being live streamed on YouTube right now by our online media partner, Kudsame Live. We also have a small message from the Ukiyo Bookstore family. Today, Ukiyo Bookstore completes a whole 1 year. Yeah, right. Thank you, Mr. Jerry Pinto. And we would like to pass on the message to everyone. Ukiyo Bookstore would like to thank everyone who have been a part of this journey, the readers, writers, publishers, distributors, friends, family, and most importantly, the Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019 team. Congratulations, Ukiyo, on the completion of 1 year. For our next session on stage 1, we have Amrita Mahale. Amrita Mahale on stage 1, please. We have Amrita Mahale with Parul Tayengjam. Yeah, that's a really weak cheering, people, so. A short introduction on our speaker. Amrita Mahale is the author of the critically acclaimed novel Milk Teeth. Her writing has appeared in Hindustan Times, Scroll, Himal South Asian, and Brown Paperback. Amrita was trained as an aerospace engineer and is a product manager at a non-profit research lab working on artificial intelligence for social good. Welcome, Amrita Mahale. Have a good session, you guys.
We can start? We can start, no? Okay.
Yeah, please proceed here.
Hello, everybody. Very good afternoon. Thank you for showing up. My name is Parul, if you didn't catch that. And I'm here with Amrita Mahale, who wrote the critically acclaimed Milk Teeth, as mentioned earlier. So I'm going to ask a few questions to Amrita, then she'll do a bit of reading. Then I'll open the audience for questions. So welcome, Amrita. Congratulations on the brilliant book.
Thank you.
We will start with the book itself. So tell me, what is Milk Teeth in your own words?
So the title of the book itself.
Yeah.
So Milk Teeth is my first book, my first novel. It's set in Bombay in the 90s, and it actually follows two friends growing up in Matunga. It's a neighborhood in Mumbai. So it follows them over the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And through their stories, it tells the story of a changing city and a changing middle class in that period of time.
Thank you. The phrase Milk Teeth is mentioned just once in the book. So why did you decide on the title Milk Teeth?
Yeah, so we actually finalized the name after the final draft was locked in, so just 2 months before the publication date. Like you said, the name appears, the phrase appears just once in the entire book. I'll read out that paragraph. So because the book is set in Bombay in the 90s, obviously it touches upon Babri Masjid and the riots that happened right after, culminating in the blasts. So the passage goes like this. So for most practical purposes, the communal violence that started after the Babri Masjid fell came to an end after the blasts, but the spell of peace that followed felt like hate was only shedding its milk teeth. So it's a phrase that appears just once, and the novel really is about change and these three protagonists trying to find their place in a changing world. And it's equally about all the changes that the city of Bombay went through, and it's about the middle class defining itself and asserting itself in the 90s. And Milk Teeth evoke change, a sense of becoming. So I thought it was an apt title. And the book is very contemporary, fairly playful and quite sharp as well. So I thought Milk Teeth also worked with the general mood of the book.
The book captures Mumbai in all its glory and gloom. It captures a sense of Mumbai, the changing, the crumbling city. So what kind of research went into writing a city as such?
What a lot of people find very interesting is that I did not grow up in Mumbai. I was born there, but I spent most of my childhood in Gujarat. But my entire extended family was in what was then Bombay. So every vacation was spent in Bombay, and my own family, we moved every 2 or 3 years. So Bombay was a fixed point of sorts in my otherwise itinerant childhood. So I think there was always a sense of home attached to the city. That said, the novel is set in the 70s, 80s and 90s. I was not alive for about half of that period. So there was a lot of research I had to do. I spoke to at least 10, 12 people. These were long interviews, 2 hours, 3 hours, with people who live in Matunga and who've lived in Matunga for the entire period to understand how the city changed. I spent a lot of time going through press archives. So Bombay has this iconic building, the Asiatic Library, which pops up on Instagram all the time. And it's really sad. I think I must have gone there at least a dozen times. And it was almost always just me inside the library and at least 20 people outside taking selfies. But yeah, so a lot of research went into the book, interviews, press archives, reading a lot of books from that period as well. And that was just the research about the city. The book also has a closeted gay character. It has a journalist working on the civic beat. So there were lots of other strands of research that I had to pursue as well.
It is often said that the first book is the most autobiographical. So could you please draw a parallel between the fiction you write and your real life? So how much of real Amrita is reflected in Milk Teeth?
So first of all, the book is not based on any events in my life, but at the same time it is deeply autobiographical. So I think of writing as having, or at least writing fiction, as having 3 different components. There's the plot, the events, the external events that the characters go through. Then there's the internal journey of all the characters. And then the themes that the book addresses, and that's really a conversation the writer is having with the world. So the external events, the plot, that's not based on my life at all, other than maybe like a scene here, a scene there, something I've heard, something I've seen. But the internal journeys of each of the 3 characters are very close to my heart, and all of them share, I would say, some kind of an anxiety with me. So for Ira, I mean, I don't want to give away any spoilers, but for Ira, like a constant source of anxiety in her life is her lack of cultural capital, because she's in a relationship with a very cultured man, and she always feels inadequate with his social circle. So that's definitely something I've felt. For Karthik, it's his professional dissatisfaction. And with Kez, the 3rd character, here's someone who did not grow up in Bombay, but moved to Bombay later. And being a Bombay expert is a big part of his identity and what he projects. And buried under that facade is this anxiety to call a place home. So I feel the same way about Bombay as well. I think till a few years ago, like some neighborhood or some route would come up which I wasn't aware of, and then I would get a little anxious. Oh, this proves that I did not grow up here. Of course, I mean, this is not something I think about a lot, but writing a book is an opportunity to probe these anxieties further.
But who's your favorite character? I really wanted to know this. Among the three, who's your favorite character?
It's very hard to say, and I like some of the minor characters a lot. It's very easy to say. I really enjoyed writing the character of Ananya, who's one of Kez's friends. She's a very, I would say, like catty person, slightly condescending towards Ira as well. So I had a lot of fun writing her character. The parents of both the protagonists were also a lot of fun to write. But between Ira, Karthik and Kez, I really can't choose.
What was the most difficult thing about writing characters from different sex? What was the most difficult thing about it?
No, it wasn't that difficult really. I mean, this is not a book that dwells much on masculinity. So it wasn't that I was writing about things that were not accessible to me. Of course, writing about a gay character was slightly more difficult because this is a world I have very little access to. But then I think this came up in the conversation in the morning as well, that you have to treat every character as a character and not as a representative for an entire community. So that makes the process of writing a little easier.
So you were trained as an aerospace engineer at IIT Bombay and Stanford University. Then you gave up your job to pursue writing. So, so it's basically a rocket scientist turned a writer. So how did you take that leap? When did you decide that?
So this is really funny. The rocket scientist part in my bio is it's a great punchline, but I was never really a rocket scientist. I studied aerospace engineering twice, like you pointed out, as an undergrad and then as a grad student as well. But I never worked in aerospace engineering. So my entire professional life was largely in technology startups. So I worked at Google in the US for a few years. I worked in mobile gaming. I worked in e-commerce. That doesn't change the fact that my professional life has been a series of zigzags, so that still holds. I have always wanted to be a writer for as long as I can remember. I started reading at a very young age, and I think reading or enjoying reading and wanting to write go hand in hand. But for the longest time, I had nothing to say. And for a first-time writer, I think more important than just raw talent is actually having something to say. It took me a long time to figure that out. And initially I would write on weekends, and I would write when inspiration struck, which is not a good approach to writing at all. But slowly, like after dipping my toes, I figured that this was something real. And I wrote Milk Teeth as a short story first. And then I realized there was a lot more to it that I wanted to explore. And then there came a point when I realized I wanted to write full-time. So it happened very gradually.
I've also heard somewhere that you chose Stanford because of Bikram Seth. Care to elaborate on that a little bit?
It's working again, yeah. So Bikram Seth is one of my favorite writers, and I read somewhere that he went to Stanford to do a PhD. He was there for 11 years, wrote Golden Gate while he was there. He might have even started writing A Suitable Boy at Stanford, but he never got the PhD that he went there for.
He was in Stanford for 11 years.
For 11 years, getting a PhD, or getting a PhD in quotes, but actually writing. So I don't know, it was a pretty stupid move now to think that I could follow in his footsteps, literally, just get to Stanford and then the writing would happen automatically. So I wasted a lot of time at Stanford. I went with every intention of writing my first book while I was there. But unfortunately, I discovered high-speed internet. So that was the end of the writing dream.
I imagine that your journey has been very long and sometimes stressful as well. So what was the most difficult thing about writing in your opinion?
I think the most difficult part was the writing itself. I have talked about this before, that for the most part, of course, there are days that are exceptions, but for the most part, writing is boring, it's grueling, it feels like sheer torture. So you have to teach yourself to persist, and you'll have good days, you'll have bad days, but to approach it like a vocation, like a job. Of course, I think that said, it's often very hard to figure out the heart of your story and really understand what it is that you're trying to say. So that part often takes a long time. And for me, I shouldn't say every book, I've written just one book, but there's a second one that I'm trying to write now. Like every book starts with a set of moments, and there's a lot of chaos around them. So these moments could be, it could be just a scene or a glimpse of two characters interacting with each other. It could be a particular mood, it could be the line of a song. And then there's a lot of chaos around this, and then slowly some things, when you start meditating on them, there are some things that stay, others that drift away, and the things that remain, they slowly start drawing more material, like based on what you read, what you see, just things from everyday life. So then they start attracting more material, and before you know it, it becomes something real. So this part of the process requires a lot of patience. But there's no real formula. It's difficult, but I don't know how it happens.
So do you have a writing scheduled, or do you just write when you're inspired?
No, that never works. I did that when I was starting out. So for the first year that I was writing Milk Teeth, it took me about 4 years in all. I think I started writing the book in April 2014. April 2018 is when I signed with my publisher, and that was draft number 3 already. So about a year and a half into writing the novel, I had a good idea of where it was going. I had written about 25,000 words. Till that point, I was only writing on weekends, but then I started writing full-time for a few years. Now I'm back to writing only on weekends, and it's really hard to make time for writing when you have a full-time job and when you have a book to promote as well. So it's a difficult dance. But I try to be very disciplined when I write. I turn the internet off, I turn my phone off. I make sure I have no plans for the rest of the day because I get distracted very easily. I want to make sure my mind has nothing to latch onto.
So you planned out your writing schedule?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So at certain points you would have had your fair share of rejections as well. So how did you handle rejection? What advice would you give to a new writer, someone who's just starting out?
Yeah, so in the previous session, all the publishers, their advice was to find an agent. So all my rejections came from agents. It's really funny, I sent my manuscript I wrote to 15 agents. 2 of them never wrote back, 13 rejected me, a few rejected me, at least 1 rejected me very brutally. But I sent the manuscript also to just 2 publishers, and both of them made me offers. So I don't know, it was easier for me to find a publisher than to find an agent, but I guess that's not true in general. So there were a lot of problems with the draft that I sent to agents, and I think publishers are probably more patient and they're willing to work with you to fix what's not working. Agents probably were looking for a finished product. So yeah, I got 13 rejections. The good news is I heard back from nearly everyone I wrote to. Most of them, based on the sample chapters, asked me for the full manuscript. So it was a very quick process. It was not agonizing in that sense because other writers have had to wait for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months to hear back. For me, it was swift. 6 weeks, I'd been rejected by 13 agents. But as a writer, you have to have a thick skin because you are essentially signing up for a lifetime of rejection, first from agents, then publishers, critics, and now because it's so easy to pronounce judgment on a book on social media, like on Twitter, Instagram, and in most cases, readers even tag you. So even if it's a bad review, so there's a possibility of getting rejected every single day. So you have to have a thick
How do you
skin.
handle literary criticism? Like, since you said you read your book reviews, how do you handle literary criticism?
So thankfully, the response to Milk Teeth has been very positive. So that's great for a first-time writer. But it's equally important not to let the praise go to your head. And I think many of the flaws that critics pointed out were very valid. And I have made mental notes of a lot of things that I thought they said that were interesting. One line of, not criticism, but commentary that did upset me a little bit was a couple of the early reviews pitched this book as a romance and just talked about the love story, which I think is doing the book a disservice. And I don't know if a book by a male writer, which was really about a changing society and a changing city, but just happened to have a love story, would have been called a love story. Yeah. So that I thought was a bit unfair, but it's okay.
What do you hope your readers take away from your book?
No, I mean, I just hope they enjoy the book. I did not write this book with the intention of conveying a message. I think the book has a clear moral compass, but it's not intended to convey a message. I just hope it takes people on a journey where they find some things familiar and they're also surprised that they learn something new about these characters, and through these characters, our country, or at least one small part of it.
So what does Amrita like to do if she's not writing?
Worrying about writing.
If you are not writing, what do you like to do?
What do I like to do? I watch a lot of TV. I mean, there's a Toad there, books before Netflix. I need to buy it as a reminder for myself, if not as a motto that I practice. I do read a lot. Having said that, I read 3-4 books a week. I have a very demanding job, but I have a 30-40 minute commute each way. I mean, I live in Bombay, so
what are you
traffic is a given.
currently reading right now?
I'm reading Babu Bangladesh. It's a fantastic book, a book that Rahul Soni edited, in fact. And I just finished reading before that The Girl in White Cotton, which is also really good. Another Harper book, also edited by Rahul.
So you're currently reading 4 books at a time?
No, just one book at a time.
Oh, okay.
One, maybe 2 books. I usually have one non-fiction book that I read slowly on the side. But I think my reading skews towards fiction and towards contemporary authors. So the latter I would like to change, but I don't know.
Who are your favorite authors right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Like I said, Vikram Seth is a favorite. I really like Zadie Smith. I like Chimamanda Adichie, Elena Ferrante, Margaret Atwood. So a lot of women writers who address fairly explicitly feminist themes in their writing, but who also write about contemporary times. So these are like fairly fresh contemporary voices.
A question we all want to know. When can we expect a next book from you?
Oh, wow. So I am working on a second book. It's very different from Milk Teeth. And I think this is really interesting. So when I was writing to agents, the constant feedback I got was, you've built a very convincing world and you've painted a very accurate picture of this community and these characters, but there's no plot. So I made up my mind, my next book will be completely different. It'll be in a made-up place. None of the characters will have last names. It'll be very plot-heavy. I'll put in a murder. And of course, this was supposed, I mean, in my head, that would be my revenge novel. Apparently, this is a thing some other writer told me that often.
So, is it a thriller?
It's not a thriller. No, I'm incapable of writing a thriller. This was not the starting point for the book. These were just thoughts that I had as I was reading and processing the rejections. But now, incidentally, the second book I've taken on has many of these qualities, not all. So it has a violent incident at its heart. It's not a thriller or a mystery at all, but it's very different from Milk Teeth. I'm only about 50 pages in, and I'm a slow writer, but I think it'll take a couple of years.
Are we to wait on for 3-4 years then, or 2?
Hopefully not 4. Hopefully less than 4.
Okay. Shall we now move on to a little bit of reading an excerpt from your book?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to read from the beginning of the book, but I'm going to jump around a little bit. So I'll start at the beginning and then I'll skip a few pages. Sometime late in the afternoon, a man rang the bell at the Desai's ground floor flat in Asha Nivas and asked if Mr. Desai was at home. Any Mr. Desai, father or son. When Mrs. Desai said no, her husband was out and both their sons lived abroad, the man handed her an envelope, a message for her husband. She asked him who he was and he repeated, "Auntie, just give the envelope to uncle." Somewhat alarmed, she reached for the door, but he stretched out an arm to keep it open. No strain or effort, just a hand on the door. "Don't worry, he'll know who it's from." A smile spread slowly across his face like a spill. "Okay, Auntie, see you." As he spoke, the man balled his right hand into a fist, then straightened 2 fingers before her frozen face. He tapped this finger gun on his temple twice and grinned, feasting on her terror before he dashed out of the building. The envelope, which she didn't dare open till her husband was back from the market, contained a folded sheet of check paper. It appeared to have been torn hurriedly from a child's maths notebook. Scrawled in an unintelligent hand were 2 words, "Get out." So that was the prologue. I'm moving on to chapter 1 now. Matunga, the year is 1997, a muggy evening in late April. The milky clouds of the past weeks had curdled into thick cheese, blotting out the evening sun, raising hopes for a spell of unseasonal rain. The air felt slightly stale. Being outside was like taking an evening local cramped up against a mouth breather. Yet, on the terrace of Asha Nivas, 13 residents had congregated. 10 men, 2 women, and a child. Representatives from the 10 flats in the building. Among them, Ira Kamath and Karthik Kine. Each resident had brought along a chair to sit in. You couldn't simply plonk yourself down. The terrace was not what it used to be. The floor was missing several dozen tiles, and the ones that remained were cracked or chipped. The whole building had an air of disrepair, but it was the terrace that bore the brunt of the landlord's neglect. Many of the men had come to the meeting wearing lungis. Some also donned undershirts with sweat towels on their shoulder. The neighbors had known each other for 20, 30, 40 years. There was no need for niceties. And they all wore grave expressions. They had been summoned by Mr. Desai to discuss and dissect that event, the ultimatum. Bipin Desai, a retired electrical engineer, had been leading the residents' efforts to negotiate a redevelopment deal with their landlord. That it was his flat that was targeted made sense. That it had happened at all did not. Now I'm going to skip a few pages. There isn't much that happens in those pages. It's just a lot of bickering between the residents who all have different opinions on what should happen with the building. Ira knew that in the weeks to follow, every conversation in Asha Nivas would course back to the gun incident. Occasionally directly, she imagined, like while talking about the monsoon and how much worse the building would get after another season of neglect by the landlord, that desperate and shameless man who had sent a gunman to scare families he had known for decades. More often, that course would be winding. For example, chit-chat about tax returns would become a discussion on standard deductions and life insurance premiums, then someone might bring up a relative who had become an LIC agent, how the job entailed being pushy, showing up at people's houses to sell insurance policies, sometimes uninvited. And at the mention of any uninvited visitor, the interloper who had visited Mrs. Desai would come up again. This incident was going to become a fold in the dull pages of their days. No matter how one flipped through the volume, one would land on this dog-eared episode. Monsoon would arrive in a little over a month. Patches of moss had already started to sprout on the low wall around Asha Nivas. Over 3 months of rains, the green-grey would spread, devouring all spaces in the ceramic lattice that covered this wall. Tiles with bright images of gods, goddesses, and gurus, even a mosque or two. The pantheon had been installed the year before to dissuade passers-by from urinating around the building. No one wondered what it meant for the residents of Asha Nivas to live their lives with the backs of 24 gods turned on them. The gods had smiled upon Sundar Sadan next door, the first building in the lane to be torn down and rebuilt. After its redevelopment, it had a new name too, Bellevue. Every flat in the 6-story Bellevue had window grills, metal bars flowing this way and that, no two windows identical. Each window wore its ornamentation as a badge of distinction, a mark of the riches it contained. The most visible riches were the shirts, nightgowns, and brassieres hung to dry in the windows. Unlike its neighbor, Asha Nivas was rent-controlled. Most tenants paid a few hundred rupees in rent, less than 100th of the going market rate for a flat in Matunga or any other part of central Mumbai. The landlord had been negotiating with the tenants for years, tempting them with the lump sum settlement which swelled every year, but so had real estate prices and the expectations of the tenants. When his incentives failed, he slowed down the regular repair work and maintenance, eventually stopping altogether. He hoped that the crumbling shared areas would finally drive his sticky tenants out, so that he could replace the portly 3-story with a modern mid-rise like Bellevue next door. Now it appeared that he was willing to adopt more desperate measures. Just before the meeting wrapped up, evening prayer started at one of the nearby temples. The sounds of cymbals and singing mingled with that of bells. Some of the meeting attendees folded their hands and bowed their heads. The less pious felt obliged to follow. Ira promised again to talk to her contacts at the municipal corporation who were well versed in these matters. The neighbors got up and started to leave, dragging their chairs behind them. Professor Rajwade had cornered Karthik and was holding forth to his class of 1. We think our privilege shields us from the violence of the city, and it does, of course, but there are limits to it. Think about the horrors the poor have had to face for years. Not only real guns, but worse, bulldozers, arson, riots. The claim for space in the city has always been in the realm of self-reliance, and self-reliance means struggle, and the struggle has reached our doorstep. What do you think the 92 riots were? An armed struggle for space. How long could we middle-class people have shut the violence of the city out? Switching to Marathi, he added that the link between land and violence was the theme of a paper he had been working on for a few months. Ira, who had been eavesdropping, was greatly amused. Shut the violence of the city out? What was the professor talking about? It was his teenage daughter who had invented mosquito cricket, where every mosquito swatted was a run, and 3 no-kill claps in a row got you out. And the bloody game had spread through the building faster than malaria. Next door to the professor, Mrs. Desai, otherwise a paragon of wifely stoicism, was known to stamp on cockroaches repeatedly till they had disintegrated into atoms. Upstairs, the Shanbag children fought among themselves to drop live crabs into boiling water each time their mother cooked kurle ambat. Meanwhile, the Ganeshans had a leather chabuk hanging in their hall. Mr. Ganeshan liked to joke that the sight of this horsewhip alone had got his daughters through college, first class with distinction, and then straight to their husbands' homes without detours, and he had never had to even take it off its hook. And what about the wife beaters, the dog kickers, the tire slashers, and rabble rousers? How common those afflictions were. Rage and bloodlust thrived here, casually disguised as order, as eccentricity, as sport and hobby. That's a lot. That's all.
Thank you, Amrita. That wraps up my question. Open to question from the audience. Please tell us your name and the question.
Amrita, I wanted to ask you why you chose the 90s to set the novel in, because it's interesting, it's almost recent, it's not distant enough for you to do a period novel, which would have been interesting, and contemporary, of course, is always the most, tempting thing to do.
Yeah.
So why that?
A couple of different reasons. One was I wanted to write a novel about a changing space and a changing society. And because Bombay is a city I know best, I wanted to set it in Bombay. So the 90s were a period of great change for the city. So that was part of the appeal. Another reason was I wanted to set the novel in a time before smartphones were ubiquitous, because the novel relies quite a bit on coincidence, on people meeting and partying and meeting again without necessarily knowing what was happening in the years in between. So that was a more tactical reason. But the main reason really was it was a period that was both familiar and had lots of parallels to what we are seeing today. So it was a way for me to go back to some of the beginnings of all the changes we see today.
Does anyone have any questions? So we'll wrap up here then. Oh.
A lot of novels has been written on Mumbai. So, your novel is among them. So what is it about Mumbai that which inspire writers to write about the city as a muse as well as a backdrop?
I had never thought of my novel as a Mumbai novel or as a Bombay novel. That was the last thing on my mind. Yeah. Like I said, I wanted to explore a terrain that I was familiar with. Yeah. So in my head, I was exploring the lives of these characters, and Mumbai was just the city where they happened to live. So till I met my publisher, the idea of this as a Bombay novel had not occurred to me at all. And my publisher Kartika was the first one who said this, that, oh, this is a great Bombay novel. And I was very nervous and I pushed back because I think the Bombay novel as a genre comes with very high pressure, and it's a lot to live up to. Like Midnight's Children or any of Rohinton Mystery's novels or even M and the Big Whom. So I wanted to distance myself from that. But then the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this novel could not have taken place in any other city, and it could not really have taken place or unfolded the way it does in any other period in time. So I didn't set out to write a Bombay novel, it just happened.
Please give the mic.
Amrita Mahali. Today I want to know, your profession is quite different from writing. You are the aerospace engineering, but you are writing different books. How do you inspire to write books? In Manipur also, one of the MBBS doctor, but he wrote different writings in Manipuri literature. And my question is that, how do you inspire to write books quite different from your profession?
Yeah, so like I said, I started reading at a very young age. So the desire to write probably stemmed from there, from wanting to inhabit the same world that I spent so much time in, the world of books. But I don't know how interesting a book about planes would be. A book about artificial intelligence would be very interesting. So maybe a few years down the line, I can attempt that. I think another interesting thing about having a professional life that's so different from the themes that you take on in your writing, or it's interesting, it has both its advantages and disadvantages. One of the ways in which my training as an engineer influences my writing, I'm an extremely structured thinker, and I tend to sometimes think of the world, or I tend to describe the world as systems where there's an input and there's an output and there's a transformation in between. And that's something I need to pay attention to in my writing. Otherwise, it can easily become a little mechanical where, okay, here's a scene, this is what the characters feel at the beginning, this is what they feel at the end, and then there's something that happens in between. In fact, one of the first agents that I sent my book to pointed this out. It's not something that was apparent to me before, that your book needs to have a little more randomness. It feels like a set of scenes strung together for purposes of moving the narrative forward. So in that sense, I have to avoid that. But at the same time, because I'm a structured thinker, I am very good at coming up with outlines, with figuring out the kind of research I need to do, planning my research, which doesn't help with the writing itself, but it makes it possible.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Please give it back to them.
Hi, I'm Rita. Hi, Parul. I'm such a great fan of yours.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, so you always wanted to be a writer from your childhood, or is it, after your college, or, like that? And again, does your background in this one, science, engineering, help you, to write in a structured way or something? And how do you plan out your writing? You are having a full-time job, and still you are, you still take out your time to write in the weekends and all. So can you please throw some light on these questions? Thank you.
So I wanted to write, I have wanted to write since I was a child, so much before college, but there was no real writing that happened for a long time, other than competitions in school. Essay writing competitions or short story competitions, but real writing only started a few years after grad school. So when I was working in the US, I took I think a couple of different writing classes, but the most important part was just making time for writing, and you have to make it a ritual, and you have to be very stubborn about sticking to that time and say no to anything that gets in the way of your writing time. As for the part about my background in science influencing my writing, I just spoke about that in the answer before, that it helps in some ways, but in more ways it's actually something I have to watch out for, something I have to correct.
Okay.
So I haven't read your book, but it sounds exciting, and so not a difficult question at all. So if I pick up the book, will I get your humor in the book? Your humor, the jokes,
I don't know. Should I say I'm a funny person? It's a hard thing to say yourself.
And on a slightly serious side, how much of the person, how much of the writer gets invested in the book, irrespective of what kind of story?
A lot, yeah. The voice is very much mine, and in fact, I think Rahul talked about this in the previous session, that a lot of writers begin by emulating the voices they look up to and writers they admire. So it took me, I think, a long time to then find my own voice. In fact, the first draft I started writing in 2014. I finished it in early 2016, 17. It was a long time, 17. And then when I read all of it at one go, some of it felt like a whole patchwork piece. And a lot of it reflected whatever I was writing at that time. So it took me a lot of time to then chip away at what was not me, what was not the heart of the story. So I hope that the final product is a reflection of my voice as a writer. And like I said, it's not autobiographical in terms of the plot itself, but it's it's a deeply personal work.
Shall we wrap up here then? Yeah, seems so. Thank you, Amrita, for agreeing to be a part of our Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. And now we'll proceed to the book signing session.
Thanks, Parul and the Ukiyo team.
Thank you very much, Amrita and Parul. Amrita's book is available in the Ukiyo bookstall behind you, and she will be available for signing the book. So any interested buyers may please proceed that way. For our next session, we're going to have a short conversation with Mr. Jerry Pinto, and our moderator will be Armstrong Chanambam. He's been cheering a lot of you guys on today, so I think he deserves a, big cheer. Welcome.
Thank you.
Jerry Pinto is the author of the novels Murder in Mahim, 2017, and M and the Big Whom, 2012, which was winner of the Hindu Prize and the Crossword Book Award. And also the non-fiction book Helen, The Life and Times of an H-Bomb. This book won the National Award for the Best Book on Cinema in 2006. His other books include Asylum and Other Poems, Surviving Women, A Bear for Felicia, Monster Garden, When Crows Are White, and as an editor, A Book of Light, When a Loved One Has a Different Mind, Reflected in Water, Writings on Goa, The Greatest Show on Earth, Writings on Bollywood, Bombay Mary Jaan, Writings on Mumbai, and Confronting Love, Poems with Arundhati Subramaniam. He has also translated from Marathi, Daya Power's classic autobiography, Baluta, and the memoirs, I Want to Destroy Myself, by Malika Amar Sheikh, and also I, the Salt Doll, by Vandana Mishra. Jerry Pinto also teaches journalism at the Sophia Institute of Social Communications Media in Mumbai, and is on the board of directors of Meljol, which works in the sphere of child rights. In 2016, Jerry Pinto was awarded the Wyndham Campbell Prize and the Sahitya Academy Award. Welcome again, Mr. Jerry Pinto.
Thank you very much. I have to say this is my first visit to Imphal and to Manipur at all. And I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to have brought the sunshine with me, especially for you.
Okay. They say that the base is always saved for the last, I don't know whether that's true. Okay. Jared, let me begin by asking you this. Jorge Luis Borges once famously declared that every writer creates his own precursor. If that's the case, who would be your literary predecessor?
I think that's a wonderful question, and it makes you want to claim everybody. Because I think you are not created solely by the great books that you read, but you are also created by the bad fiction that you read. So to begin with, I think we all begin by reading things that we want to read. And those things that we want to read often tend to be things that you look back on with some puzzlement. Like you're thinking, why did I think Enid Blyton was such a wonderful writer that I wanted to have every single one of the books in order on my bookshelf? Why did I think Alistair MacLean wrote so wonderfully? What was it in Jack Higgins that made me so fascinated? Why was Georgette Heyer one of my favorite authors? You know, you have like everyone stomping through your head, but you learn from each one of them a certain set of things. And sometimes you even learn negatively. You learn what you're not supposed to do. So I have a theory that if you're a reader who doesn't want to be a writer, you're an innocent reader. You can just read and enjoy a book and move on. But if you're a reader who wants to be a writer, you actually become what I call the complicit reader. Not the non-innocent reader or the guilty reader, but you are now beginning to inflect your most primal delight, the delight in reading. You're beginning to make that into actually like a detective. You've become a detective. You're working on looking not at the words, but how the words acted upon you. So you're saying, I laughed there. Why did I laugh? How can I make my reader laugh using the same process here? You're beginning to become a deconstructionist of your own pleasure. So often what happens is I feel that for myself, I am a palimpsest of stains. I am a constant work in progress. And everyone whom I've ever read, and even the people whom I've not read. So I have not read, for instance, and it still bothers me that I've not read many of the Russian greats. I haven't read a lot of the Germans. I haven't read, in my reading in Western philosophy ends with the Greeks. You know, I know what Kierkegaard said, or I've read a little Nietzsche, but I haven't read enough. So even the negative spaces, the emptinesses of your reading become parts of who you are. And then all that becomes what you can and what you cannot confront when you are actually confronting the creation of a character. Could I tomorrow create a literary character who is a teacher of philosophy in a college? I think not. Because I wouldn't know how that person's brain would work. So my predecessors include every single writer who has ever put pen to paper, whether I have read them or not. They make me who I am, even in the spaces that they have left behind for me to colonize.
So, in an interview to the Paris Review of Books, William Faulkner has put in place a hierarchy among different forms of writing, in which he has placed poetry above different forms of writing. So, is it fair to compare different forms of writing and place one form of writing above the other?
I think, with the Paris Review and with many, okay, here's a secret. We all want to be talked about after we've done talking. So even what I'm saying to you, I'm hoping will be recorded by you in some way, and you will begin then a conversation inside your head with me. You will say, no, I don't agree with you on this, or I do agree with you on that. When William Faulkner sets up a hierarchy, what he's doing is challenging you to knock down his hierarchy. He's saying, this is what I think. And actually what he's also saying is, and what do you think? Do you agree with me? Is poetry the best? At some level it's easy to say what is the best, what is the worst. We do it inside our heads. You will all head to the back of the stall now and you will vote with your wallet. And what you buy will actually be part of your hierarchical enterprise of seeking out your next book. You'll be saying to yourself, you'll pick up a book of poetry and say, yeah, poetry is supposed to be the greatest of all forms, but not for me. I'm going to look for a novel. I'm going to look for non-fiction. Each reader who reaches into a bookshelf is creating a hierarchy for himself or herself at that moment. That hierarchy is a shifting target. Tomorrow morning I will get up and need very desperately to read the Buddhist nuns of the Therigatha. And then I will reach for them. And at that point in time, because those Buddhist nuns have something to say to me, I will want them so badly that all the other books could go take a walk. But by the afternoon that will have faded and I will be ready for the seductions of fiction. I will be ready to enter into another person's worldview of living. And that is also what happens to me as a writer. When I was writing Murder in Mahim, I was very angry. I was angry at Section 377, which made a whole range of people into criminals simply because of how they loved. I was angry because this section also made the law keepers into the lawbreakers by giving them the right or the imprimatur to blackmail a section of society. That anger powered that writing into, Amrita said that she took 2 years or 3 years to write a book. I took 3 years when I was angry and wanted to write it as desperately as possible. So speeds are different, but what I feel is at that moment, I could not have written a poem. I might have wanted to, but for me, the seduction of my anger forced me to the form of fiction, and the form of fiction then became the manacle that tied me to that story. And therefore I had to tell that story in that form. But tomorrow something will occur to me and that will break that manacle. And I will be telling, right now I am almost organically linked to an autobiography that I am writing, not my own. I am writing the autobiography of a dead friend. But something in me wants desperately to tell his story, and that is the form. I have to be him. I have to pretend to be an 87-year-old painter, considering the loss of his hands, of his inability to write. And that desire makes the autobiographical form as a fictional enterprise the only form that makes sense to me right now, because that's the craving inside me. That's how I will tell this story. And that's what makes sense. If poetry is a greater form, do I forgive myself because I'm not writing a poem? Yes, effortlessly, without thought, without feeling. I yield to what I need to do to make the word artifact that I want to make.
Is it writing a higher calling open to a blessed and gifted few, or is it a free-for-all enterprise where one can work it out if one works hard enough?
Nothing is a higher calling than anything else. If tomorrow every single person who cleaned toilets stopped working, we would all die. If tomorrow all writers stopped writing, there would still be enough books to read. Because we have thousands upon thousands of books that we have not read and which are lying besides our bedside tables looking at us a bit a bit mournfully saying, when is it my turn? When will you pick me up? When will you break my spine? When will you make me part of your world? Writing is romanticized as a high calling. It is a calling that contains as many charlatans and crooks and thieves and nasty baskets, bloody baskets, as any other calling. We are human, and out of our brokenness, out of our flaws, do we produce art. If we were flawless, we would not be able to produce art. And when you expect a writer to be something elevated, something wonderful, you make the mistake of forgetting that humanity is what powers us, and that humanity is fundamentally, essentially fragile, frangible, and prone to every single flaw there is in the book. No writer is a god. Every writer has feet of clay. We must learn to love those clay feet if we are to enrich our worlds with what they produce. Otherwise, we will be left with the detritus of what they do to us, because human beings do the worst possible damage to other human beings everywhere.
Since you started out as a journalist, in the case of journalism, one factual inaccuracy seems to jeopardize a great piece of journalism, whereas in the case of fiction, one single truth elevates the fiction and it gives certain credibility and legitimacy. What do you have to say about that?
I think, the problem with postmodernism, I think, in some senses, is that it allowed for multiplicities of truth. And this then became, it is argued, the calling card of fake news and of alternative versions of reality. Because if nothing is true and everything is true, then how do you decide what is factual? I think there's some mistaking the notion of postmodernism in there, but I think it is a territory that we inhabit right now, where we can see that there is no longer a single arbiter of truth. There are, because of, I think, of the intense democratization of social media, of the fact that all of us can be producers of opinion, or producers of fact, or producers of one version of the facts, we've all entered the space and the realm of being able to accuse each other of inaccuracy. What we want from others is forgiveness for our inaccuracies, and we want to hold them to a standard that is far higher than the standard to which we hold ourselves. If I am to take you to task for your inaccuracies, I'd better well be careful to be accurate myself. And therefore, when we enter into that realm of fault finding with each other, you'd better understand that what goes around comes around. You will be treated in the same way. So if you're going to dismiss an entire edifice because of one factual error, this will happen to you as well. You're willing to take that risk? Go for it. I understand. And as for non-fiction, fiction being elevated by a single truth, this truth itself is such a magnificently moving target that I have learned when people come up to me and say, I really love your writing. In the beginning of my career, when someone said to me, I really love your writing, I said, yes, and which other authors do you like? Because I wanted to know whether they liked a certain set of authors where I would be comfortable to be placed. I wanted them to like Kafka, Dostoevsky, Margaret Atwood, Doris Lessing, and Jerry Pinto. But very often they like Jerry Pinto and they like someone whom I considered beyond the pale. And then I would think, what is the point of you liking me when you like him or her as well? This is no longer a compliment. Age has withered that part of me considerably. I am now willing to accept a compliment on its face value. You like my writing? I'm delighted you like my writing. I don't want to know what else you read. I don't want to know whether you think other great authors, I'm one of those great authors. I'm just happy that you like my writing, because I know that when I read a novel, I find a truth in it often that other people will not find, because it is my relationship with that text that counts to me. Philip Guston, a great American painter, had this wonderful line on a television program where he said, when I begin painting, everyone is in the room with me. The critics are in the room, other painters, gallery owners, buyers, the journalists, everyone is in the room. And as I begin to paint, one by one, they leave the room until I am alone with the painting. And then I must leave the room. At some point, I must leave the room and leave my book. And then you enter that room and you make it a book because you find my truth, your truth, not necessarily what I chose to write, but what you chose to read and how you chose to read it. And you make it a book rather than my having made it a book. I made it a word artifact. You made it reality. I thank you for that.
When it comes to fiction, there are two schools of thoughts. One which insists that one has to experience something firsthand before writing about it. But then again, fiction is all about a flight of imagination. One doesn't necessarily have to be in Paris if you are setting your if your character are based in Paris. So in my opinion, it sounds a little bit elitish. If I were to write a book about characters which are citizens of Paris, is it absolutely necessary that I have to be there in Paris?
I used to be very much a fascist. I like to lay down the law about everything. There was an inner dictator in me that I had not recognized because I was young. So I would tell people the truth. And I would tell people the way of things. And I would say this is the right way and that is the wrong way. And the right way was my way. I have now discovered that there is only my way which works for me and your way which works for you or doesn't work for you. And that not working for you is my judgment of you, and my judgment may be wrong. I would not say, therefore, to anybody that this is the way this should be done or that is the way that should be done. I'd say go into the world of the word and play. It's all Leela at the end of the day. It's all play. Are you having a great time playing? Are you having a terrible time playing? But are you connecting and engaging with the word in a certain way? Is it becoming something powerful and passionate and time-consuming and life-consuming? Is it something like you're delighting in doing? Then right or wrong, who cares? Who cares? Just go do it. Enjoy it. Love it. You don't do that, you don't. Do something else that you love. Find that something that it is. Make pots. Plant a garden. Bring up a child. Weave a tapestry. Do something that makes you love. And when you are doing something that makes you love, you really don't care about right or wrong. You really don't care. And I think sometimes the result carries that charge. Carries the charge of your unconcern with the right way and the wrong way. It bears an imprint of your love. And that is what people respond to. So, right way, wrong way, I don't know. Right now, to answer your question in its specificity, you want to go to Paris, you click on the internet and you can do virtual reality and be walking down, the boulevard and enjoying the Louvre in 360-degree virtual reality. And then you can come back and write about it. No one will be able to fault your Paris. But your Paris is not about reality. Your Paris is about recreating a certain city for yourself, anew, afresh, differently. Otherwise you're just a tourist guide. Otherwise you're a pair of misbegotten eyes wandering down a boulevard. They can do that themselves. What is your Paris? How did it burn for you? That's your question. And that question can be answered in 100 different ways. You can call it the city of P. And they can say, that must be Paris. And you can say, yeah, maybe it is and maybe it ain't. You go judge.
You took almost 25 years to write your debut novel. Why did you took so long?
I ask myself that question often enough because I keep thinking, really? Was it that difficult? Because anything that you look at, once it becomes easy, like consider walking, right? When we were babies, we all stumbled, fell, sat flat on our bums, got up again, tottered a bit, were led. And today walking is just effortless and we do other things when we are thinking about it. And you keep asking yourself, was it possible that I didn't know how to do this? I read M in the Big Room and think, will I ever be able to do this again? which is as terrifying a thought as why did I waste so much time doing it? I think at the end of the day, for me at least, my thought is, and my consolation is, or my belief is, and it changes from thought to consolation to belief within moments, is the book comes when you are ready for it, and it is an organic process. It will grow, and it will flower, and it will fruit in its time. There is no hurrying it. There's a lovely line I read recently that I think Baudelaire said, where he says, I will not hasten my sentence. I think we all should not hasten our books. We should let them burgeon under our hands and let them come when they are coming. You know, I think it's okay. In the meanwhile, publishers will publish other books, readers will read other books, but you will be ready with your book when you are ready with your book. And that should be your concern. Am I ready to do this? So I think for the first 20 years of writing this book, I wanted to be a writer. I wanted various things out of the book, but I did not want what it actually was going to do to me. Eventually it came to that place where I could want it to be the book I wanted it to. I'm not even saying this correctly. I don't even know how to say it, and I keep thinking each time I'm asked this question about 25 years, I keep thinking, what was it? Okay, so let me just say this. I'm an idiot. For 20 years I was an idiot. For the last 5 years I became like not an idiot and I wrote the book. Sometimes, okay. When you are talking to a writer, we are answering questions as stories. We are telling stories about things which we aren't quite sure about. We don't know why it happened. We don't know how we pulled that off. But we have to tell a story because everyone wants a story. And second, when you've told the story often enough, you begin to believe the story and you begin to believe the magic can happen again. You begin to believe that I can do this again, and you approach the possibility of failure, of not being able to do it ever again, with a much lighter heart. Because failure is also inevitable, it's also part of the deal, but it doesn't matter. What matters is when you enter that space of the world of the word, and the ras, the juice of it is still there. That worries me. There's a lovely A.L. Kennedy book on bullfighting, where she starts the book by saying she's standing in a room in Spain, and she has nothing left to say. She has nothing left to write. And so she's going to write this book on bullfighting. And then she writes a beautiful book on it, and at the end she says, I still have nothing to say. And that sounds like terror. It really sounds like terror. To reach into that store and find it is empty. That's terror.
There's a line in your latest novel, Murder in Mahim, which I'll read it out. Masculinity had certain prerogatives. One of these was that if there was a crisis of whatever kind, you had to step up. This line represents The Big Home, which is your debut novel. It's all too apparent that your father left an indelible mark on you.
Thank you, Armstrong. Most people who've read M in the Big Home think it's the mother who, my mother was bipolar and had a mental problem, which is kind of like the center of M in the Big Home. And most people say, you know, your mother was an influence in your life. Armstrong, you may be the first person to point out that my father left an indelible mark on me, and he did. Having said that already, I begin to think, whose father didn't leave an indelible mark on them? Even the absent father, even the cruel father, even the rejecting father, even the kind father, even the inadequate father, all of them mark and scar us in a certain way. Which is why I think having a child is really the world's must be the world's most incredible experience, and it must be also the world's most transformative experience. I have never been courageous enough to even consider it. And therefore, when I write about masculinity, I write about the masculinity of fathers. Peter in Murder in Mahim, Augustine in M and the Big Home. I am amazed at their ability to take on this idea that they, just by their being, just by the fact of their presence, can exert an effect on their surroundings. And therefore, by their absence, they would create an even more devastating effect. Therefore, they are locked into being present. Therefore, they are locked into being a certain way. You're locked into being the person who steps up, who handles it, who has the solution, who understands the problem. It is crippling. It seems absolutely crippling to me. And this is why I think, therefore, the patriarchy is such a bad idea, not just for women, but for men as well. It damages women, but it cripples men as well. And at the moment at which we can, as a community of human beings, simply face situations and not divide them up according to what is a man problem and what is a woman problem. Oh, it's your daughter and she's menstruating, that's your deal. Oh, this is the electricity bill and we've been overcharged, it's my deal. Once we've sorted that out and it becomes our deal, we'll find that life just becomes that much easier to handle, I suspect. We're very far away from it, but we are working towards it, I think. And the fact that we've acknowledged this and we are beginning to work towards it is really comforting at a certain level.
You have written a book each on Leela Naidu and Helen, the dancing queen of Bollywood. Two different film personalities with two different backgrounds. So in the case of Leela Naidu, you saw her in a public place when you are in your early 20s, I guess. In the case of Leela Naidu, it was her beauty, ethereal and radiant beauty, because she was voted as one of the most beautiful women of her time by different leading Western publications. But in the case of Helen, you share something in common with her. In a way, you have inherited a legacy of displacement and exile, even though in your case at a remove. Helen was forced to leave Burma when the Japanese invaded country, and so did your mother and your grandmother. So is this one of the factors that you decided to write a book on Helen?
I don't, again, to tell you the story of Helen, Ravi Singh and I were sitting in a pub with a blue glass ashtray in the middle of us. And I have no idea why I remember that blue glass ashtray. Perhaps it's because I stole it as well at the end of the evening. But I don't know why blue glass has such a fascination, but one tends to steal blue glass. If you ever invite me over, hide your blue glass. Okay. And he said, who do you think could write a book on Helen? And I said, me. And the next morning I got up, I left home and I went out and I spent an awe-inspiring amount of money on buying Helen's films, and I started work on it immediately. It was my book. I knew that in some fundamental way, I knew that this was going to be my book. And so Armstrong, yes, the name is Roman Catholic. It's at least a Western name that participates in the Judeo-Christian kind of tradition. And my name is Geronimo, and therefore participates in that same tradition. And we are both a bit at sea in a largely Hindu nation. We were less, we are more now. But this is one way of looking at it. Is it what drew me to her? I don't know. Why don't I want to write about Mala Sinha, who was also a Christian? Why don't I want to write about Johnny Lever, who's also a Christian? I don't know. I think sometimes we produce explanations to ward off the notion that we are really at the mercy of something inside us that is bigger than us and will determine what we are going to do without looking for rational reasons. We will do it because we want to. And then we will find a reason that will explain why we did what we did. At the times when I actually confront this possibility, I pull away from it instinctively, because that's not how you can write either fiction or non-fiction. If you wrote fiction which has no logical, character-driven plot development, people would say this is just doesn't make sense. And if you wrote non-fiction without doing that, people would say that you're just putting down random facts. You have to construct the coherent story that explains rationally why people behave the way they do. And the truth of the matter may well be that we reach for fiction and non-fiction for the consolations of the story, while somewhere underneath the nightmare moves that there is no reason why we do what we do. And that may be the terror that we ward off by buying another book.
There was a time when post-colonial authors who write in English write with a certain purpose to prove a point as a counterpose to the imperium, to borrow a word from you, to counterpose against the imperium of the literary canon imposed by the West to the rest of the world. But it is no longer the case. English is as much an Indian vernacular as Hindi, Urdu, Tamil or Marathi. So, but that appears to corrode Indian languages. What do you have to say about that?
Quite right. I like the idea of, I agree with you that English is an Indian vernacular, because then everything is a vernacular. And then that robs the word vernacular also of its bite. Having said that, we know that English is a language of power, but we say this in English to each other. Now that we are safely within the bounds of English, we can preach to others and say, you must know your native mother tongue. You must know your home language well. I am entitled now to play in English. We have to be able to allow this corrosion to happen to everyone, and we've also got to be part of the solution. My way of dealing with that solution was to start translating. I started translating because I felt I was monolingual. I felt my entire world was composed of English. When I could read at least 3 other languages, Hindi, Marathi and Konkani, which were available to me in the Devanagari script. I then took the trouble to learn Urdu, Nastaliq, and I took the trouble to learn Gujarati so that I could make it 5 languages. And I feel that my English got better because of my contact with those languages. And I think we've got to start trusting each other with language. We have to be able to believe that the young person right now who dreams and desperately dreams to speak English with the fluency that Jerry Pinto does, that he or she will learn that English, but will also maintain enough of a connect with the language to sustain it. Because to say, no, you can't study English, you can't use English, because that will be bad for your language, for your mother tongue or home language, is to say, I can do this, but you can't. And who am I to take away anybody's freedom? Language is so highly personal a thing that everywhere in the world, like nations have been divided up on the basis of language. Bangladesh came into existence because East Pakistan at that time made the foolish mistake of saying that Urdu would be taught as the national language of Bangladesh. Endgame. A nation divides. Martyrs are created. Riots happen in the streets. We've got to figure out that language, all languages are not benign. Your mother tongue, your home language, Maitai, Ahomia, Bangla, English, all have the capacity to become hegemonic, all have the capacity to become corrosive, all have the capacity to become languages of power for other people. It is only in a creative, a sensitive, a loving connect. I don't know how to say it because every time I use the word love, I feel that the word itself has been corroded. So then how do you use this word? But you've got to love language, yeah? And once you love language, then you can sit in the middle of a Ratan Thiam performance and you don't understand anything. You don't understand a word everyone is saying, but you're sucking it in because there's music and there's motion and you are adding language. You're imagining what is being said. You're throwing yourself into that performance because language has been denied to you. And suddenly it's become richer and much more fundamentally real than this moment even, when you understand every word I'm saying because you understand the same language as I do. So if we can make that our goal, instead of this who's got power, who's got privilege, who's got prestige, who's got language, who's got vocabulary, what is a dialect, what is a this, but just music, rhythm, words that I hear for the first time, words that are new, sounds that are new, and we can embrace those with love, we have a way forward. It's such a stupid thing to say. I apologize. It's so pointless in fact. Because if you don't love a thing, I cannot mandate love. You cannot tell me to love something. I cannot tell you to love something. You've got to love it or not. And if you love a language, but you don't love language, I can't change you. But you will find that your boundaries are porous. You will find that the language you love has already borrowed. It's already been unfaithful to you. It's been unfaithful to itself. It's got into bed with several other languages. It's had a great time picking up words from other places. It's gone out and it's carried its love scars back to you. And you fell in love with its love scars. Now let them be inflicted on yourself as well.
You have written extensively. Okay. You have written extensively on Indian cinema, but I can't help being amazed that you still haven't decided to write a screenplay. So when can we expect that?
When M in the Big Room came out, I had a friend who said, we should make this into a play. I can see it as a play and all. So I thought, play. And everyone who had reviewed M in the Big Room had said, the way conversation is used and the way he uses conversation. So I thought what is a play? A play is conversation. I will just write a play now. And here is all the material. I will turn it into a play. I turned out the play in 3 weeks. I sent it to him and I thought, now he's going to ring up and he's going to say, Jerry, magic. You've done it again. You've made this. And he called up and he said, Jerry, we have to talk. And anyone says we have to talk means you just messed up, boy. Right? So I went over and I said, what happened? And he said, I don't know where to start. So frankly, do you mind if I write the play? I'll allow you to oversee it and I won't write a word that you don't approve of, but can I write the play because you're just no good at it? And I thought, unprintable word, me! They gave me awards! Have you read my reviews? And that's all going on inside your head because you never say it aloud because there's something like dignity, no? And you said, okay, maybe you should try. Maybe you could do it. He failed. He couldn't do it either. So I wrote another person came along and said, can we do this as a play? I wrote another attempt at a play. She looked at it and she said, my daughter is going through the 10th standard. Can we wait until she's finished? That daughter is still going through the 10th standard 3 years later. No, she's finished, but the friend keeps saying now she's in the 12th standard, now she's this, now she's that. There are things that you can do and things that you can't do. I obviously can't write screenplays. Is that going to stop me from trying again? Certainly not. That Jerry, back there, 2015, couldn't write a screenplay. This Jerry might well be able to. Or what is the worst that can happen? He'll fail. Chalega, I'll learn something out of that failure also. Kar dega na, try it again. I will do it as long as I am feeling as if this is what I should be doing right now. That feeling has to be there. If that feeling is there, then I'll write another screenplay. If it is not there, then I'll go write another book. Karega, kuch bhi karega. But something, one of the things. Yeah, I think, okay, I really take what I do very seriously, but I can't say it seriously because then I'll sound pompous. So I say it like this, but don't mistake that for like not taking my work seriously. I'm very serious when I work. But if I talked about it seriously, then you'd say self-important jackass. That's always the danger.
Can you tell us a little bit about the books that you are currently working on? Like,
all my friends would say, don't say little bit to Jerry because all answers are come in, short form and long form. Okay, so what am I working on? I'm working on a translation. I'm always working on a translation, but this time these are beautiful poems from between the 13th and 17th century of the Marathi Varkari poets, of women poets, which I'm working on with Neela Bhagwat. We are putting the final touches on that. I'm working on a new novel, which is a kind of Bildungsroman of the 1980s. I'm working on, as I told you, the autobiography of Medley Gobhai, my friend the painter, where I'm playing an 87-year-old man who's painted all his life and is now considering the fact that peripheral neuropathy has stolen his power to hold a pencil or a paintbrush. Which of these things will be successful, which will be finished, I don't know. So I sometimes feel like I'm tempting the fates by saying I'm working on, and then someone will 10 years later pull out this recording and say, Jerry, you were working on that and it hasn't come. And my only defense will be, hey, it took me 25 years to write I'm in the Big Room. Still working on that one. I mean, I tend to try and get things done, try to finish things, try to move them on. But I'm also very clear that it will be an organic process for me. It will be organic. It will not, I will work, but I will not force the work.
On that note, this discussion comes to an end, and the session is open to questions from the audience.
Chitra.
The omnipresent question. Just the other day, I was talking with a group of friends and they were asking me, how do you write the biography? Is it necessary that you meet, interview, and that you have been in close proximity to that person? And I immediately answered back and said, you have to read Jerry Pinto's book on Helen because that book has been written without speaking to her at all. She didn't give access to any of her material. You didn't get to interview her. And then I got thinking after that conversation got over that, in this time of social media, if you pick up, say, a celebrity, because now is the time when, be it film stars, be it musicians, be it sports persons, celebrities are the in thing where biographies are coming out and autobiographies are being ghostwritten. So, and I was wondering, if one tries to write a biography of a certain celebrity now, given the fact that social media of these celebrities are put together by PR teams and people who are not them, would it be a challenge for people who want to write on them? And how was it for you? Because my introduction to your writing was from that book. And then obviously I read a lot of your translations. I read Baluta, which was published by Speaking Tiger. So, and then you crop up in a recent book that Shanta Gokhale had written about. So I was also intrigued by, the kind of connection that you share with Shanta Gokhale, because when you were writing your foreword to Baluta, you said that you were greatly encouraged by her. So how is it to be in a mentoring relationship with somebody who is also a writer? Doesn't competitiveness enter into the picture? Just interested to know about it.
Okay, I'm very competitive, very. I think part of it may be being male, and therefore one is natural, or one is maybe socialized into being male and competitive. I don't know, but that's one of the things. But I'm also very good at knowing what I can do well and what I can't do well. No, actually I'm not. I just told you how bad I was at writing screenplays or writing plays. But when you are, I've been very lucky with friends. So when Ravi gives me advice on a novel and says, this is what you need to do, sometimes I don't want to do it, but I know that Ravi knows better than I do, and I will just take the advice. With Adil Jasawala and poetry, I did Maps for a Mortal Moon, editing Adil's prose. It was a debt of honor that I paid back because I felt that that book needed to come out. Someone had to do it. It wasn't being done, so I should do it. But I also did it because it's been a lot of mentoring in my poetry. In my journalistic enterprises and my cultural criticism, I have drawn a lot from Shanta Gokhale. So therefore, Engaged Observer was something I felt I had to do. I feel we should pay our debts, especially to people who have given so freely of their time to you, right? So when you are in the presence of a master, it is required of even of the competitive shithead to become humble and to say, in the presence of the master, I have to withdraw the ego and I have to say, I must learn now. I must draw from this what I can, so then I can go out and compete again. Okay? So as soon as I leave the presence of the master, then I can compete with all the other idiots that there are around. But if you can't do this, then you stop learning very quickly. Very quickly. And I've been very lucky in the fact that I've had very, very, very smart friends. Okay, so Arundhati Subramaniam, Ranjit Hoskote, Girish Shahane, Shanta Gokhale, Adil Jasawala, Neela Bhagwat, Ravi Singh, you know, it doesn't get better than that. I mean, I'm dealing with like, you know, the top 1% of the nation's intelligentsia. Even just hanging around them makes me smarter. So I get my smarts by choosing my friends properly. Question? Oh, and as for not knowing a person and this idea of the social media thing, even the social media that these people construct is an indication, is a very clear indication of how they would like to be perceived. So, and this is true of even my social media or yours. We're really not going to say, I walked out of this morning and I sprained my ankle. Because you walked out this morning wearing a nice shirt, then you want that nice shirt to be seen. But the spraining of the ankle, you edit. So we create our narratives even on social media. Yep.
Your interaction is quite interesting and inspire me much. And you are a journalist. I'm also a journalist. I'm the news reader. So I'm most interesting. Firstly, you're writing in different writings. Sometimes you write novel, sometimes you write poem. But different, a poet or novelist, a poet or a novelist or a playwright write in a particular field. In this connection, I want to ask two questions. Firstly, how do you manage your mind, your idea in your writing? And the second question is that, what is your most interesting writing?
Oh, I'll answer the second question first. None of my writing interests me anymore. It is done. What interests me is the writing to come. So therefore, you'll have to turn that question on my reader. What is, to that reader, the most interesting writing? Like Altaf Tayarwala, bless his heart, he has a little son who came up to me and said, I love your books. He's a little fellow like that. So I said, which one? So he said, all of them. So I said, but which one do you like? He said, the one about the baby bear. So then I knew which one he liked. And I loved him for liking that book. I mean, he could have been a horrible child and, you know, tortured animals, but I would love him because he liked my books. Other people will come up to me and say, why did you write Murder in Mahim? M and the Big Hoom was such a great book. And I say, M and the Big Hoom is your book. Murder in Mahim is probably someone else's book. Forgive it for not being your book. Read your book. I can't write your book all the time. I also am writing for other people. Okay? So each book that you put out will have hopefully one person who loves it. One person is enough. Okay? So interesting, I don't know. I'm not interested in anything I wrote. I'm interested in what I'm going to write, what I'm working on right now. That's what interests me. And as for the first one, how do I manage my ideas and stuff? I don't. I wish I did. If I did, then it would not take me 25 years to do a book. Actually I often worry, if I spend the whole day writing, I think, where am I going to get the raw material for the next thing if I spend all my time in this room with writing what I already know? How will I find out other things? How will I live life? How will I have other experiences? How will I meet other people? How will I talk to other people? And what will I write about next when I've run out of these things? So the constant push and pull of the writer is between living and experiencing and gathering material and meeting people and getting their stories and stocking them away in your head and reproducing them on the other side. Fertilizing the field, fertilizing the field, fertilizing the field, harvesting the field, harvesting the field. What is the correct proportion? Should I spend more time reading, living, writing? I don't know. So every day becomes a new experiment in living this weird, mad life called the life of a writer. And because every day becomes different, every day is new, and every day is interesting. Yeah? I'm sorry, it's as much as I can say. Yeah. Otherwise I can tell you lies. I can tell you very elegant, efficient, beautiful lies, but I'm trying to tell you the truth. Yeah?
Thank you, thank you.
Elegant, efficient, beautiful lies equals fiction.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
And good afternoon to you.
My name is Norris Howam. I'm a student of BCA 5th semester. Although I'm a student from science background, okay, I'll repeat it again. Although I'm a student of science background, my love for literature brought me here. Sir, I know it's not really a question, but I'd like to thank you for this book. Although I've got exams coming up, I promise to start reading it from tonight itself. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a young friend of mine. And one of the things I think we should do is give away more books. Like just give away books. You have books in your home that you're not reading anymore. They are wasted. Give them away. Just give them away. Seed them. Send them out into the world and create more readers, create more writers, create more experiences. A book that you're not reading right now is a wasted book. Send it out into the world. There is an old middle class horror of not having a big enough library. Let us replace that with a new middle class mentality that says, let's have big hearts instead of big libraries, and let's give books. Yeah? There's a bird in here. Any other questions? Otherwise I'm here tomorrow also and you can come up and chat. I will give you the full-on answers that poor young man knows. Grab you and drag you to a bookshop and buy you a book and force you to read it, and all kinds of other strange things may happen. But hey, it's Imphal and Jerry Pinto is here for the first time. Okay, now go and buy my books also. And okay, I forgive you if you don't buy my books, buy someone else's book. But buy a book and support your bookshops, support your libraries. Don't complain that libraries are closing down. Go and get lifetime memberships in libraries. Don't complain that bookshops are closing down. Every time you step inside a bookshop, buy a book jabardasti. Whether you like it or not, just buy a book. Don't drink coffee. Buy that book. The book will be in your head. The coffee will be in your urine the next morning.
So we wrap up the evening here.
A very interesting and engaging session. Thank you, Mr. Jerry Pinto. We have the books Murder in Mahim and M and the Big Whom, available in the Ukio bookstore. And Mr. Jerry Pinto is now available for signing of the books. I would like to thank our sponsors. Ukio Literature Festival 2019 is powered by RK Fortune Private Limited. And we thank our sponsors, the Classic Group of Hotels, HVS, Arun Enterprises, Runway Cafe, Mahay, Sanamahi Motors, Manikumar Jewelers, MIPAX, Tandoori, Sangai Hotel, QMEC Food Hub, Fito's Cafe, our online media partner, Kutsim and Kangla, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not able to read the last part, I apologize. Our print media partner, Poknafam and the People's Chronicle, TV media partner, Impact, decor partner, Flying Flora, and medical partner, Medilane. We have now come to an end with today's session. I would like to thank everyone who has come to participate.
My name is Leandron, which means prosperity.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
What's your name?
Spell?
Hey, what's your name? SSANDR. Yeah. Hey, historian Zindabad.
I'm from Xavier.
Xavier.
Okay, my daughter's some write short stories and write just like
Yeah.
Why did you write for the what happened within
You know, yeah. What's your name? G-E-E-G-I. There you go. Thank you. What's your name? Yeah, you're the one who wrote about. Yes, and you wrote a piece in the magazine. N-E-T-H-A-L-I.
Yes, L-I.
T-H, no?
T-A. N-A-T-A-L-I.
Juliana.
Just one N.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Jinesh.
Yeah.
J-I.
This is what's for you?
Yeah, this one for me. And
Spell?
J-I.
Yeah.
N-E-S-H. And
This one's for?
For school library.
Oh, so for my friends at what school?
It's Getwell School.
What
G-E-T.
Yeah.
W-E-L-L.
Get
Yeah, Get
Okay,
Well.
for get my friends at Getwell School. Yes. Read a lot. Then read some more. My pleasure. I hope this kids will enjoy. Hi. Very good. You got some more. Arey wow. Boo!
Oh, that's really nice.
You should see the. What is your name?
My name is
Menon.
Norris.
Spell?
N-O-R-R-I-S. I've got this stammering problem.
You don't first stop saying it's a problem. It's who you are.
Yeah.
It will go sometime. But don't keep saying I have a problem with stammer.
Okay.
Don't even say it. I know I can hear you stammer.
Yeah.
Everyone can hear you stammer. You don't worry about it.
Yeah, sure.
If they judge you on the basis of that, fuck them.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
Thank you. Try my best to cope.
Don't even try your best to stop it. The more you try to stop it, I stammered when I was a child. Yeah? I stammered and I shat my pants till the second standard. I don't shit my pants now, I don't stammer now. Okay?
Yeah,
These things
I'll
we
keep that in
did.
mind.
You don't have to hold on to them all your life. This one? Oh yeah, okay. I'll pretend to be Malcolm Gladwell.
That is right.
For Norris.
Thank you, sir. I hope you enjoy your stay here.
I will already. Hi. Parul, P-A-R-U-L? Yes.
That was such a wonderful session.
Thank you.
We enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you. Hey, what's your name? S-I-D-D-H-A-R-T-H? Yeah. Hey, my Goa book. Hey, are you going to Goa?
Enough.
What's your name?
Rupavan.
R-U-P-A-V-A-N?
Yep, exactly. That's the first time someone spelled correctly. Tomorrow also you're going to be here, right?
Yeah, I'll be here. But I won't be speaking. I'll just be hanging around and shouting.
I'm gonna enjoy
Usual.
that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rupa. Nice to meet you.
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯤ ꯂꯃꯥꯏ ꯃꯦꯒꯥꯖꯤꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯎꯀꯤꯌꯣ ꯂꯤꯇꯔꯦꯆꯔ ꯐꯦꯁꯇꯤꯚꯦꯜꯒꯤ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯣꯡꯖꯕ ꯃꯦꯒꯥꯖꯤꯟꯅꯤ ꯐꯥꯔꯁ ꯑꯦꯗꯤꯁꯟ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯒꯥꯖꯤꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯖꯨꯟꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯟꯇꯦꯁ ꯔꯥꯏꯇꯤꯡ ꯀꯣꯟꯇꯦꯁ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯍꯥꯡꯗꯣꯛꯑꯒ ꯃꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯟꯚꯥꯏꯠ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ grooming writers haitare creative writings ki contest na platform ama piraga akhoi gi local keno ma'am se local ke haini writers ma'am se platform macha ama pibagi mong da hawdokhibane aduga handak ki edition sidi akhoi gi team da yauriba keno ma'am members ma'am na punjalaga moi gi voices hana tabana phai haina khanduna voice moi akhoi gi in-house writings ngata oina theme to ma phongdok japani phongbani sorry kinumta uchage akhoi gi nota akoina sida pa kenogi local writers feature to the pacha maitai on a focus story sisu maram amana magi books se look da akoi gi ukiyo bookstore da magi book se magi macha na la aga ke haine can I just I know I'm like
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Author of The Roman Milk Tea. I'm coming to Imphal next month for the Ukiyo Lit Fest and I look forward to meeting all of you.